Hello and welcome to the 2024 SBD British Championships here in Wolverhampton. This afternoon we have for you the entirety of the 74 kilo category. We have two flights, the first flight being the B group, followed by the A group, who will be fighting for that title. Up and amongst it we have Dylan Nelson, we have Stephen Day, we have Sam Jew. Just a quick note, Stephen Day will be lifting as a guest today. He did make weight, he just a bit of a trouble with membership, I think. He can still go into the pool for international selection. It just means he can't break or take any records, say he can't make any chips, and he cannot podium. So, you know, it's all really for self here for the international selection, but, you know, not being able to take chips definitely could hurt him in that battle.
But again, as we stated before, even though they may not hit that mark, there are other pathways and other avenues to get onto the national team.
Yeah, so like you said, there's 2 or 3 ways and pathways to even make the international team. You know, a little bit of a sting, I'm sure, for him that he can't push to place today, but the numbers are going to be what he's chasing. You know, it's a game of pride as well, knowing that even if you didn't podium, if he gets the biggest total out there, he'll know in his head. So we'll see a big battle between, I think, Sam, Stephen, and Dylan. And I'm really excited to see who comes out on top in that, because I think this is one of the more highly anticipated weight classes in the men's.
Indeed, and we're very much looking forward to it popping off here shortly.
And that was a good lift for Hugo Leng with 185.
Yep.
We now move on to Lee Harris, opening on 195 kilos.
Are you all ready? Are you all ready, Paul? Go. Send it in. Go. Okay, bar loaded. That's actually not loaded at all. Sorry, yeah.
I did see it come up on the screen, but I was a little confused because I didn't see Hugo come out, so I was worried we spoke over it, but I think it was just a technical issue there. Just going to hold out here. I think a little bit of first pancake syndrome here on platform 2. While we're getting that sorted, I just want to take a moment to thank our sponsors, SBD and Aleco. You can see on the platform plenty of SBD gear, singlets, knee sleeves, belts, the new gear. We got new colorways of belts. It's all very exciting. Of course, the Aleco rack, the platform, the newer plates, which are very, very pretty themselves. You have on the screen the score sheet here. So have us a quick look at the running order, some of the openers. Bear in mind, of course, this is the B flight. So we have the A flight to follow. I think it's the wrong sheet up on the screen, though. It looks like those are the women's numbers. What's a live stream without some technical issues, you know? And now we can see Hugo getting ready. I thought he must have squatted it very quickly for us to miss it.
Yeah, this is Hugo. There we go.
And here he is, Hugo Leng, 185 kilos. Scoreboard already says green, and hopefully he can make that come true. Yeah, unfortunately, tempoed it into the hole there, and I think the issue with that sometimes is if you're borderline, the referees really have time to see that.
That's right, and it behooves the lifters to execute and take it out of the referee's hands. So we talk, as I said before, about upholding the standard, and best case scenario is you want to leave it indisputable. And so that one didn't meet the standard, but he'll have an opportunity to come back and get that on his second. Now it looks like we've got Lee Harris opening up on 195.
Looks like his personal best is 217.5 kilos. Three white lights, a good lift.
That's a good lift for Lee. And now they're going to increase the bar to 197.5 for William Strickland Miller. There we go. We've got the spotter loader crew just trying to get the rack height sorted. The bar is loaded for William. This is his opener, as we said, 197.5. And for those of you paying attention at home, we've got legendary game day coach Jason Clark throwing his hand in the pile and working as a spotter loader, giving back to the sport. We appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Not just game day coach, but actually head coach of New Zealand here at the British Championship spotting and loading.
And that was a fantastic opener for William. Nice and deep, smooth, three white lights. That's right, Jason, no stranger to international competition. Obviously working with Evie Corrigan, Sheffield winner of 2023. She'll be back again this year. And it's just great to see people giving back to the sport in various ways, not just coaching, but, you know, with physical labor. Spotting and loading is one of the most intense jobs there is. Now we've got Anthony Mosuti coming out on 200 kilos for his opener.
Has a personal best of 222.5 kilos. That's a lovely looking opener, really tidy.
That looked fantastic.
Oh, he gets two blues on each side there, Matt. Let's have a look. What do you think that could have been for? Perhaps soft knees?
Possibly, yeah, because I didn't see any downward motion of the bar.
No, not
that was
at all.
absolutely fluid from start to finish.
We now have Kieran Drysdale opening on 200 kilos, and shocking to see two lifters already without an opener.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what Anthony does. That might be a situation where that was so smooth and moves so well, and he knows that all he has to do is lock his knees, that he might go up anyway.
A little tricky on the way up, but it was still carried on moving, didn't stop. Three white lights. Load the bar now for Joshua Chan, 210 kilos.
And he's the first of three lifters opening up on 210. So the bar will remain the same after this lift.
Very comfortable looking opener. Let's wait for the lights from the referees. Again, a blue from the right hand side. I was worried about depth, which he gets from the center, but if we have a look again here. See, the only two things I can think of, which I'm not sure about, is not being happy with the final position or soft knees, but it looked like a good finishing position to me.
Yeah, and did he receive a yellow card as well? I don't know if I saw a yellow up there. Perhaps that's just the timer that I was looking at, so pardon me if I'm speaking incorrectly.
And this is quite a dramatic start to the first flight here with 3 lifters without an opener. Let's hope the same is not the case for Ihis Izokun, 210 kilos. Looks good. 2 to 1, a good lift. Gets a depth call on the far side, referee.
Yeah, this is, you know, last night or when we were here yesterday, the ladies at 57 and 63 put on an absolute clinic. And now we're seeing a bit of a rocky start to the 74s, which is not really what you want. The bar is going to remain the same here for Ryan Mycock, starting off on 210.
Yeah, opening squats is not where you want to or usually see this many fails, and luckily none of them are in strength, so hopefully something we can see being fixed on the second. But let's hope for a smoother ride for Ryan, Jacob, Daniel and Ben, the final lifters in this flight to take openers.
And there we go. Now we're back on 3 whites where we're supposed to be.
I think both of us hesitated to say that looked good because we've been wrong already today.
That's right. Amelia and I are sitting here and we're looking at the monitors, and while we do have the advantage of various angles, we're, you know, a little bit further removed, obviously, from the action than the referees, and so we always say, you know, they have the best seats in the house, and so they're going to call it like they see it and not give any gifts. Meanwhile, the bar has moved to 215 for Jacob Blackburn.
Oh, that is an absolutely beautiful opener. Oh, unfortunately got called for depth from both side referees.
Yeah, and you'll notice that it was a while before they gave him the start command. I was kind of wondering what was going on there, whether it was the knees. The weight moved well, but clearly didn't meet the standard to the referee's freezing, so he'll have an opportunity to come back and get that on a second.
Yeah, you can see in the replay there that it was a stitch too high, but again, it moved so well, so we'll hope that changes on the second. We have 2:15 remaining on the bar for Daniel Mills. Has a personal best of 222.5. Three white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, and he absolutely buried that. I mean, he went pretty far down into the basement with that one. Kind of shook his head on the way up, so I don't know if, you know, that was to say maybe I took it a little bit too low or what have you, but met the standard and moves forward to his second attempt.
Yeah, I think it's hard sometimes when you can see 4 lifters before you having missed their openers. You get a little nervous and you maybe look to sink it a little bit further. Whatever the case, he is on the board.
And that's all that matters,
yeah,
as he's moving into the second attempt with a successful one.
Our final lifter to take the opening attempt now, we have Ben Paul taking 217.5 kilos. Wow, lovely and deep there. I'd be very surprised to see any depth calls. And there we go, 3 white lights, a good lift. That concludes our opening attempts, and a surprising sight to see 4 lifters without a squat on the board. None of them luckily strength issues, so all things that can be fixed. Hopefully they will.
That's right, and it looks like every single lifter who missed their opener on a technicality chose to go except for one. Jacob, yeah, decided to remain at 215, but it'll be interesting to see. You know, they clearly feel confident that they can make the technical corrections and move forward to their second attempt.
And in this circumstance, I can certainly see why that would be the case. They all looked really strong. The first of which, Hugo Leng, has gone up from 185 after missing on his opener to 197.5. And I think Hugo was one of the lifters who got those blues from the side referees.
Yeah, that's right. So we didn't see any misses on strength. These were all technical issues.
And I think actually Hugo got depth calls on his. Yeah, and again.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this time 3 reds can't be contested. He has a red from the center and side referee and a red and right hand side referee with his knees.
That's right. Because it's a 3 red lift, he's not going to be able to, you know, take that to the jury. So undoubtedly, you know, we're assuming that Hugo's going to come back and try to repeat that on his third. I mean, you're not going to go up now because then you're pushing all your chips into the center of the table.
Yeah, you can absolutely see why you would for first, second, but when you don't have a squat on the board going into your third, it's not worth the risk.
That's right.
We now have William Strickland Miller, 2.5 kilos to 200. A small jump here, so perhaps feeling like he's at his top end. Perhaps they ran out of time in putting the. Be able to suss that out based on how this moves.
Yeah, and that moved quite well for William. And we're hoping that he goes to the scorer's table in time because we're just guessing that perhaps, as Amelia said, that he didn't make it over there.
Yeah, I'm actually still 50-50 because it moved well, but I could see that perhaps a little harder than I would have wanted. So we'll see what they put in for the third. I think that'll be very telling. If it's more than 2.5, it probably was a mistake.
That's right.
We now have Harris, 205 kilos, a 10-kilo jump from his opener.
That moved very well, and that's a 3 white light lift for Lee on 205. One of the few lifters so far that's made both of his squats. Now we've got Kieran Drysdale increasing to 207.5, 7.5 from his first attempt.
Really deep again, manages to get through that sticking point in the middle. Lift.
Now we've got Jacob Blackburn coming in, who's one of the lifters who missed his opener and wisely decided to take the attempt again just to get one in. So he's going to remain at 215. This is what we took on his opener. See if he can come back and get one on the board.
Yeah, I think we had 4 lifters in our opener. I think 50% were on an account of blues and 50% on the account of depth.
That's right.
So let's see if Jacob can get it. It moved really well on the opening attempt. Let's see if he can just squat it deep enough this time. Execution certainly looked better that time round.
That did. That looked a lot better. That's 3 white lights. Took it down. And now you're put into the interesting situation when that happens, when you miss your opener and you decide to repeat it. Do you then go to your planned second attempt on the third attempt, or do you take something between the second and the third? And I think that's going to be individual. You know, that's a different story for each lifter.
Yeah, and how well the same weight moved again, because sometimes it is really taxing.
That's right.
For Jacob, it looks about the same in terms of strength. We have Anthony Motsuti now, 215 kilos, one of the lifters who opted to go up after missing their opener. Yeah,
it did not meet the standard for depth on that one. It moved really well, but oftentimes when it moves that well, it's because you didn't go deep enough. So,
and I was actually looking at that time at his knees, and the side that he got the blue from, I did see his knee a little bit soft, so I couldn't catch the depth, but I caught the knee, but he did get 2 reds and a blue. So in a tricky situation, still the weight is good, but I think retaking this now seems smarter.
Yeah, and perhaps this puts the second flight on notice. I don't know if they're, actively looking at the scoreboard, but I think when their coaches look up here, they might take notice and say, hey, we've got to tighten this up and make sure that we execute to a high level.
Joshua Chan now in a similar boat. A little bit harder. I'm glad he didn't go up any more than 5 kilos. Was it to standard? 2 to 1, he is on the board.
Yeah, and it's got to be a relief. I mean, there's nothing worse than having your back against the wall after missing an opener. That's not fun. Then you have to go against your so forth. But now we've got Daniel Mills, who was successful on 215, increasing 5 kilos to 220. Looks like he has a PB of 222, so this is pacing appropriately, and he'll be right beneath this PB.
It's lovely and deep.
Yeah, and that was a nice lift by Daniel. He's successful on 220.
And I think when you have 4 lifters in your class who didn't get their 2, who didn't get their second as well, you are going to try to lift as good standards as you can.
Absolutely, it puts the rest of the flight, the rest of the session on notice that this referee is sticking to the standards and they're strict and they're not going to be giving any gifts.
He's Izokun now, 225 kilos.
230 maybe? Yeah.
Just 5 kilos below his personal best. Relatively smooth second attempt there. But unfortunately, just not quite deep enough there for Izokun. Let's have a look at that in the replay. That's a hard one. I think it really could have gone either way.
I agree. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell from our vantage point. Looks like his coach make a trip to the jury table and see what they say. Meanwhile, we've got Ryan coming out at 225. Ryan Mickok increased 15 kilos from his opener to 225.
And it seems like Izokun has got that lift overruled by the jury to a good lift.
Oh, good catch by the spotters. Unsuccessful lift there for Ryan. And yeah, it was worth his coach going over to the jury table and contesting that one.
Absolutely. If you have the shot, go over and ask. With Ryan, I always say if you're going to fail quickly. Don't waste the energy on a lift that you're not going to get. So he did a really good job there of knowing maybe out of position, maybe it's too heavy, whatever it was, he left it.
That's right. Just letting the spotters take over. Now we've got the final lift of our second round. We've got Ben Poole, who's increased 10 kilos from his opener and is taking 227.5.
I believe this lands him just 2.5 kilos below his personal best. Again, lovely and deep. A really quite excellent squat.
Yeah, that looked like a really good lift. There we go. 3 white lights for Ben.
And we thought perhaps on his opener he just sunk it a little extra because he saw how the flight went, but I think that's just how he squats.
Yeah.
And that concludes the second round of squats. Still 2 lifters without a squat on the board in a pretty sticky situation.
That's right, and he's decided to increase his weight. So he opened on 185, missed it, 197.5, missed it, and now he's up for 205. So he's saying, hey, I'm pushing all of my chips to the center of the table. I believe in myself, and hey, fingers crossed, Amelia. Let's hope he can execute and meet the standard.
Yeah, I've got to say it's a pretty bold strategy. Let's hope it pays off for him. We were pretty certain they would retake 197, so we were pretty shocked when we saw 205. But like you said, big risk, big reward. Hugo lost 205 kilos now. He needs this to be able to put a total up and place in the competition.
Oh.
And you hate to see it. It definitely was the deepest, but unfortunately the weight went up, and you know, by the law of nature, it gets harder.
That's right. Yeah, so unfortunately Hugo will not be able to register a total, but we're likely to see him in the bench press. He'll compete and, you know, gain the remainder of the experience, so to speak. Meanwhile, the bar is going up to 210 for Lee Harris, who has been successful on his first 2 squats, jumped 10 kilos from his first to second. Now he's opted for a 5 kilo increase. And we're looking forward to seeing our first successful 3 squatter here.
A wonderful third attempt. Stayed tight, kept his form, and is rewarded with 3 white lights.
Yeah, that looked fantastic. With room in the tank, which is good because it's not going to fatigue his back too much for deadlifts. That was an outstanding third attempt for Lee.
Yeah, and Lee has a really big bench on him, probably one that will rival some of the Flight A lifters. We now have Kieran Drysdale, 210 kilos, opting for a 2.5 kilo jump, so perhaps feeling like he's towards the end of his tether here. I always say it, you should utilize that 2.5 kilo jump. There is no shame in jumping 2.5.
That's right, you've got to take what's there on the day.
Wow.
Oh, just a stitch too much.
Yeah, I really thought for a moment he was going to get through that sticking point, but he gave it everything he had.
So the bar will remain at 210 for William Strickland Miller, who we noticed opened at 197, presumably didn't make it to the scorer's table in time, and when you don't do that and submit an attempt within 60 seconds, they automatically increase you 2.5 after make. Now he's opted for a 10 kilo increase, and he's gone to 210. So that's what Amelia and I are kind of gleaning from the situation. We're hoping that he makes his third one.
And it seems like it was the right number as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and I thought, so 2-1 decision, that's a no lift because of depth, and I thought he was a little bit close.
Yeah, very easy to see there, the hip crease with that white stripe up your side.
Exactly. And so now we've got another lifter who's up against it. We've got Anthony Mazzuti, who remained at 215, was unsuccessful on his opener, increased, and then missed his second attempt. So now he's decided to stay at 215, which is, you know, the right call. That's what Amelia and I would do if we were coaching him. And so they moved really well. He's just got to meet the standards.
And he needs this, as we said before, to be able to post a total and compete in the competition. He can carry on lifting, but he cannot post a total. Again, stands it up. Let's wait for the referee's decision. 2-1, he is in the competition.
2-1, he's in. He's got a kind of a coy smile on his face. saying, hey, I probably should have done that on my second attempt. But he is in the meet and can now register a total. And the bar will increase to 220 for Joshua Chan for his third and final squat.
Just shy of his personal best. I imagine something he was looking to beat, but obviously had a bit of a tricky start with the squat, so building as much as he can, getting close to it with this 220 squat.
Yeah, and that was a really good attempt call for Joshua. Really wise. Oh, looks like he got two reds, one from the center, one from the side. Let's look at that again.
And you know what? It is in the position where his hip crease is being viewed, so difficult for the jury to look at that as well. But luckily he got that second attempt in, so it was a good lift.
Now we've got Daniel Mills coming out for our first 4 red plate squat of the third round, and he's on 225.
Looking for a 2.5 kilo personal best here. Has been lifting really well so far during the squats. Oh, a great fight there from Daniel.
Very nice, good attempt call by Daniel. Moves forward with all 3 squats and a person now at 225.
Yeah, only our second lifter so far to go 3 for 3 on squats. You might think this was an equipped board at first glance. Ryan Mycock now retaking 225. He just stopped at the bottom. He knew he wasn't going to get it, whether that was technical or a strength issue. He is coming back to retry it, so perhaps thinks he could muster something up this time round. Let's wait and see.
Oh, yeah, and just didn't have it, so presumably missed the second one on strength, once again missed the third one, but he will move forward with a 210 kilo squat. Now we've got Jacob Blackburn coming out for 230, so he repeated his opener on his second attempt at 215 and has now taken a fairly healthy increase by 15 kilos, and he'll be setting on 230 for his third and final squat attempt.
Yeah, like you said, a very healthy jump. 10 kilos above his personal best, so flying right past that. Just needs to keep the depth that he found on that second attempt. It certainly looked good from here, but let's wait for the lights.
Yeah, 3 white lights and a good lift for Jacob. So he was able to jump up 15 kilos and secure some additional points there.
A pretty sizable jump for most weight classes, to be honest. We have just 2 lifters remaining before we head through to the A flight. The penultimate lifter is Paul, jumping 5 kilos to 232.5. Looking for a 2.5 kilo personal best.
Looking pretty strong. And it's 2 to 1, a good lift for tomorrow.
And we know it will be deep. And that is the perfect number, spot on.
We're just waiting for the lights. Yes. Bang on. Just an absolute brilliant squat there by Ben. And he's only our second lifter to move forward with all 3 squats. And for our final squat of the first round, we've got, I believe it's Ehis Izokun on 235.
Yeah, opting for a 10-kilo jump here for his final attempt. I believe it's a 5-kilo personal best for him. Now, he's not a quick squatter, but he has managed to push through every single time. And he does it one last time.
That moved really well. Oh.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not deep enough.
Yeah, and it looks like his coach is going back to the jury table.
Yeah, his second was overturned to a good lift from a bad
That's
lift.
right.
And I mean, looking at that, I personally think it is deep enough, but I'm not a referee.
That's right.
You know, the coach is talking to the jury, but for the time being, it remains a no lift. A quick look at the score sheet here as we head into the A flight of the 74s. The bar is being and kicked off. Quite a long flight here. We have Daniel J, who'll be opening up on 137.5. Quite a range of openers here, all the way to 162. Sorry, I'm looking at bench. 262.5.
Yeah.
187.5 to 262.5, a big range of openers there, all big openers. Kicking us off, we have Dan J, 187.5 kilos.
Daniel walking out his opening squat as Coach Jason Coltman looks on. And yeah, I think Jason's going to be happy with that one. That moved really well, nice and deep. 3 white lights.
We now have, back after a short hiatus, Alexander Espin here as a 74. Usually see him, of course, as a 66. So it'll be very interesting to see him face a little bit fuller. It seems to suit him in this higher weight class, opening at 205.
That's right, and it's the Sabado boys are in the house, as we've got Alex being handled by GB's finest, Jurins Kangamu, and both of these gentlemen help run the Sabado Sessions podcast, which covers the British powerlifting scene. Tune into that if you get a chance.
It's a nice opener. Hips shot back a tiny bit, which I think is why it slowed down.
Yeah, and you know what I like to see there is that it took a while for Espin there to get the start command, and you saw no panic. He just remained stoic in his countenance and his face, and you know that's one of the keys with opening up with something that's comfortable, is that under the worst circumstances, or sometimes when the referees might hold you there a bit longer, it's still a manageable lift.
Absolutely. Scott Walton now opening on 210 kilos.
Yeah, and Scott's opening up with 210. Looks like he's got a PB of 222.5.
That is a lovely looking opener. Very technically proficient.
Yeah, not a lot of wasted movement there. As Amelia said, really technical and precise.
And usually lifters like that are really rewarded when the lift gets more difficult and they're trying to push through that grind. You see Alexander Fodor here getting ready for his opener of 215 kilos.
Yeah, and a nice looking lift there by Alexander. 2 white lights, did get 1 red for depth, but it moved quite well. So he'll be moving forward. And now we're going to have 3 lifters on 225 kilos, the first of which is Ryan Yarnell.
It's not completely unusual either to see a lifter get a red on one side. Not everyone is symmetrical.
That's right. Yeah, oftentimes lifters will have one hip that's, higher than the other. That's not uncommon. In fact, it is common. And so we've got Ryan coming out on 225. Looks like his PB is 235.
Nice strong beltless opener there. He forgot his belt, it looks like. It looks like
that's right.
That wasn't
had 3
purposeful.
white lights. And I think he either forgot his belt because he signaled to his coach that he wasn't wearing a belt.
Or he was gloating.
Exactly, saying, hey, I can do this beltless.
I think it's probably the former, the basis in his face. We now have Toff Apampa, 225 kilos. It looks like he's opening on his personal best.
That looks like it moved quite well for Toff. Yeah, and a 3 white light lift. So now it seems like now we've got a lot of green up on the board, which we like to see so far. And George Sandeau will be our 3rd lifter on 225. Looks like George has a PB of 242.5. So this seems like a very pragmatic opener, at least percentage-wise.
Yeah, so perhaps just expecting to see some larger jumps. Very smooth looking opener, very comfortable for him as expected, and it is a good lift, 3 white lights. The weight now moves up to 230 kilos for Krishan Mistry. Hasn't competed since 2022 at Nationals. So had a little hiatus and he's back now.
Looks like his PB is 250, if I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So opening up significantly under that.
It looks like it might even be 258. Oh yeah, that's lovely and easy. I have to say, the screen that Matt and I have is very small, so if we do see any of the PBs wrong, that will be why.
Yeah, that moved like a last warm-up in the back. That was phenomenal. So now the 235 for Christopher Wong.
Yeah, on behalf of GB before, isn't always a British, so cool to see that he's back competing. A little slow in that midsection, but it didn't stop whatsoever. There was no breakdown.
No, yeah, and he never broke form. So that was a good solid opener. The bar will remain the same on 235 for Jack Lewis.
Jack has a personal best of 250, so again, a pretty nice conservative opener for him. Also, it should be, we would expect it to be. Let's see how this moves. And that's a lovely opener there for Jack.
Yeah, very nice. And 3 white lights. And now the bar is going to make a significant increase.
Yeah.
And these are to the 3 players that we think are our 3 leaders.
Yeah, it took the words out of my mouth. The 3 leaders of the pack, if you will, fighting for the biggest total. I say that because I know that Stephen Day can't necessarily place. Actually, if we look at 4th, that might be where we see the bronze medalists come in. But the first of the 3 is Sam Chu, 252.5 on the bar. Sam, if you've ever, had the pleasure of watching before, is a very technically efficient lifter, and I'm sure you'll see that here in his opening squat, should all go well. On prognosis, a bit of a spread between their totals right now, but we know that changes.
That's right. Certainly moved well, and he does. He meets the standard. 3 white lights for outstanding. And now we've got Dylan Nelson coming out for 260.
Yeah, it's always very exciting. He's a very energetic lifter to watch. Of course, another lifter who's competed on behalf of Team GB on many occasions. Weighed in, Sam Ju, Dylan Nelson, and Stephen Day, all 74 kilos on the dot, so there is no body weight advantage for them there. They really are true 74s. And here he comes, Dylan Nelson, 260 kilos. In the past, has had some trouble with recomping, but he seems to be super healthy today.
Looks like Dylan's being looked after by Kedrick Kwan of Reformance Training. Good friend of mine, does training and, of course, has expertise in nutrition, does nutritional consulting for a lot of the world's finest powerlifters.
Yep, let's see how this opener moves for Dylan now. 260 on the bar. Currently holds the British record. Lovely and deep as usual. It looks good. And it is 3 white lights for Dylan. And Dylan is an excellent lifter to grind through. He's clearly a crowd favorite. He competes for, he volunteers. I'm sure he's volunteering after he competes as well. It's always really great to see. We have our final opening attempt now. Stephen Day, another exciting face to see. He has competed on behalf of Team Australia in the past.
Indeed.
Unfortunately, is only a guest attendee because of some mix-up with membership. But it'll be exciting to see what total he posts, to see how he does in terms of the international pool. Perhaps hoping to switch sides and compete for Team GB. It's going to be a big battle on our hands. 262.5. Recently squatted 300 in training. Let's see what he's made of today. Wow, and that was quick.
Yeah, that was a fast opener for Stephen. Fantastic, and 3 white lights. Looked really good.
And unlike our first 74s, all of these 74s managed to get the opening attempt in, which is fabulous to see.
Yeah, I think the writing was on the wall after the first flight there, and these lifters took notice. And also, we've got the cream of the crop here of our 74 kilo lifters in this A group, if you will. And so now the bar, we're going back to the top of the second round. A nice, healthy 12.5 kilo increase for Daniel J, and he's settled on 200 for his second attempt. Yeah, and that was a nice-looking second attempt for Daniel. Looks like his coach, Coltman, approves. 2-1 decision.
Yeah, just gets a depth call from that far side referee, but center and right-hand side seem happy with it. The jury are chatting, but I think he should be okay for the time being, as they seem in disagreement.
And now we've got Alexander Espin coming out for 2:15. Once again, Sabado sessions in the house. Took a 10-kilo increase, being coached by his friend, Jurens Kangamu, IPF 83-kilo world champion. So he's got good support in his corner. A little bit sticky in the middle there, but he did get the squat command a lot faster. So I think whatever they saw in the first one, they were happy to give him the start command a lot sooner.
Yeah, and perhaps, you know, the opener just didn't feel quite as nice as he thought, and that's reflected in the second. They made a 10-kilo jump, which perhaps was smaller than they were expecting. Bar now goes to 220 kilos to Scott Walton, taking a 10-kilo jump from his opener. This lands him 2.5 kilos below his personal best. That's a lovely looking second attempt.
Yeah, that moved really well. And 3 white lights. Scott is going to move forward with 220. And now we've got Alexander Fodor, who settled on 227.5, which is a 12.5 kilo increase from his first.
Yeah, this lands him just 2.5 kilos below his personal best of 230. Let's see how that 12.5 kilo on him.
And a nice lift by Alexander, who for our American friends has now crossed the 500-pound threshold. And so we've got George Sendo coming out for 232.5. Took a 7.5 kilo increase from his opener and looking to hold form. That lift so far has been successful. Amelia's kind of rolling her eyes at me. Doesn't want me to jinx the rest of the group.
Listen, let it be on your head. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, if you haven't seen last night's session of the 57s and 63s, if you want a clinic, go back and watch that live stream. Absolutely brilliant squatting by the ladies last night. And so far so good here in our second round of squats for the 74-kilo men in the A group.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, it's been a really good squat session for the 74 A group so far.
A little tougher than the opener, which is to be expected, but a 3 white light lift. Looks like he might be pacing to match his PB of 240, but we'll see what he puts in for his third. Meanwhile, we've got Christopher Wong, who's also made a 7.5 kilo increase and has now settled on 2.5 for his second attempt.
Yeah, as you said, Chris Wong coming out now for that 242.5. Opener looked a little tough. Not impossible, of course, but a little tougher than maybe he wanted it to be. So I'll be interested to see how this moves. Maybe just shaking off some nerves after not being on the national stage for a little while. I think it looked about the same, actually.
Yeah, yeah. You might also make an argument that that moved a little bit better by comparison.
Yeah, I think the speed was about the same, but I do agree it was much smoother.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a very technically sound lift. And now we've got Tough and Pampa coming out, who's taken a very robust increase,
wow.
A 17.5 kilo jump here. From his opener on 225, he's settled on 242.5.
I want to say that's the biggest jump I've seen so far this championships as well. So let's see how Toff manages that 17.5 kilo jump. Manages it really well, wow.
He did. Yeah, 3 white lights for Tough, who's taking big boy jumps here of 17.5 in the 74 kilo class. We're not used to seeing that. Likewise, though, Krishan Mistry decided to take a 15 kilo increase from his opener, and now he's settled on 245.
You know what? 17.5 was a big jump. I thought the 15 was, but actually Ryan, who's to follow, took a 20 kilo jump. So a lot of big boy jumps here today. First up, of course, Krishan with that 15 kilo jump to 255. Has a personal best of 258.
And a really speedy second attempt for Krishan, and 3 white lights. So with 245 kilos. The same weight will remain on the bar, but as Amelia said, this is a 20 kilo increase for Ryan Yarnell.
Now this really is a jump that at any weight class is pretty sizable.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, 20 kilos is a robust increase, particularly in the squat, and even more so for a 74 kilo lifter.
His personal best is also 235, so not just a big jump, but jumping a big way over his personal best.
Yeah, so maybe he's unlocked something there with training and stepped on some newfound strength.
Well, he manages to do that 20 kilo jump justice.
Yeah, and he met the standard, and quite frankly, not throwing shade at Ryan, but that looked almost like a third attempt on his second. So it'll be interesting to see how he adjusts and comes back for his third. Meanwhile, the bar goes up to 247.5 for Jacques Lewis.
Yeah, it'll be certainly interesting to see how they pace, and I wonder why they took those jumps. But, you know, whatever works best for the lifter, perhaps he just doesn't do well at his top end for a long period of time. 247.5, Jack, like you said there, just 2.5 kilos behind his personal best. Followed by Sam Ju, Dylan Nelson, and Stephen Day. Reaching top end, but still a little bit left in there, which is exactly really where you want to be. But unfortunately,
yeah, that looks like our first miss of the flight. The side referees gave reds, looks like for depth. And so that was our first miss of this A group of 74s. But he'll have an opportunity to come back and get that on his third, should he decide to remain the same. Meanwhile, The bar goes up to 267.5.
Yeah, seeing a 15-kilo increase here for Sam. Interesting to see the different jumps that the top three have made and how they're going to try and be pushing each other today. Sam due out now for that at 267.5 with a personal best of 275. So perhaps if this goes well, looking to match it. We'll have to see how it moves. See, it looks hard for the first half and then suddenly shoots up very quickly.
That's right, yeah, and his coach, Alex Pearson-Jones, my sidekick on the national team, looks pleased. So it'll be interesting to see where Sam goes for his third. Meanwhile, we've got Dylan Nelson coming out on 272.5. Might be pacing him to take a shot at breaking his own record on his third. He's got the British record at 281.5. So we'll see how this 600-pound squat moves.
It certainly will be interesting. He's held that record since August last year, 281.5. So 12.5 kilo jump from his opener, 272.5 here on his second. You see the fire in his eyes. If you can expect anything from Dylan, it's energy. It is a big push, but Dylan is good at grinding.
Yeah.
Three white lights, a good lift. I think we'll have another look at that in the replay. You can see here, slows down, gets a little jittery, but it doesn't really stop. And I'm interested to see where he goes on his third. But for now, our final lifter on the second round, we have Stephen Day, who's jumped 17.5 kilos to 280, so perhaps not pacing for the 300 today, but looking to unofficially perhaps take that British record. Of course, he can't take any chips. This is just 1.5 kilos below the record. So he has to shoot for at least the record unofficially on his third. It'll be very interesting to see. Out spots here. I think one of the spotters got a bar dumped him in earlier, so making sure that everyone's safe for the 280 squat. But here he comes, Stephen Day, 280 kilos.
Yeah, and his opener moved quite well.
Yeah.
It was like a lightning bolt.
Took the words out of my mouth. It was a lovely opener. Moving super quick, and you'd expect that from someone who last week squatted 300.
That's right. Yeah, very nicely done. And so Steven's moving forward with that 288 kilo squat. We're excited to see what he puts in for his third. As we go back to the top of the third round with our first lifter, Daniel J., who's 2 for 2, now taking a 10 kilo increase and settled on 210. And
so we take a quick moment, head coach Matt Gary, to talk about your 74s.
Yeah, so the qualifying Carpino score that we're looking for, Carpino 3 total, is 766 kilos. So as we've said in previous live streams, and I'll repeat again, there are multiple ways to make the team, but first and foremost, we prioritize winning the British Championships, right? We want our best lifters competing against each other. And so they've got to win the British and then satisfy the Carpino 3. But there are other ways to get on the team as well.
Dan J now at 210. Oh, and that is a lovely third attempt there from Dan J. 3 white lights and a new personal best.
Yeah, that moved really well for Daniel on a PB, moving forward with 210. And as I was saying, we have tertiary, a secondary and tertiary qualifying procedure as well. So for those lifters, as I said, just because you win and don't achieve that Carpino 3 score doesn't mean that there isn't a pathway or an avenue to get on a national team. Your name will go into the alternate pool, and you'll be ranked according to Carpino, and then of course percentage of world record. And it makes it a meritocracy. We want people competing against each other. And so it's an exciting time for British powerlifting for all these lifters who are pouring their hearts out trying to make a national team.
Alexander Espin now 220 kilos.
Yeah, it looks like his PB is 232.5, but perhaps that was in a different weight class.
That is
a great attempt call there. Well executed lift by Mr. Espin, and a 2-to-1 decision in his favor.
And if I remember correctly, I believe that was the side. No, he didn't get reds before. I'm not correct. So that's the first red he got on squats. He'll be fine with that. The jury seemed happy with it.
Yeah, for sure. Now we've got Scott Walton coming out on 220. He's made 2 squats, took a 10-kilo increase from his first to his second, and has now opted to go up 5 kilos. Yeah, and that was a very nice looking squat by Scott. Outstanding lights.
Yeah, very, very tidy all the way through.
And now we've got Alexander Fodor coming out for 235. He crossed the 500-pound threshold on his second at 227.5, and now is called for 7.5 kilos more for his third and final attempt.
This will be a 5-kilo personal best. Should he make this? And that was definitely the number he needed. Not a kilo more would have moved.
Yeah, outstanding, Alexander. And now the bar goes to 245 kilos. They've added the greens for George Sando for his third and final squat. He's 2 for 2 so far. Has taken a 12.5 kilo increase. So this is interesting, Amelia. He jumped 7.5 from his first to his second, and has now chosen to jump 12.5 from his second to his third.
That is very interesting. Perhaps the first, they took a smaller jump than anticipated because it didn't feel good, and then went to their planned third anyway because the second felt a lot better.
That's right.
So it'll be interesting to see how that jump affects him now. Absolutely incredible job there from George.
And an absolute limit lift and a 2.5 kilo PB for George. Congratulations as he moves forward with all 3 squats. The bar's just going to go up just a little bit to 247.5 for Christopher Wong.
Opting for a 5-kilo jump here. The second actually looking smoother than the opener, but perhaps feeling like he's closer to that top end. just unfortunately not quite there.
Just a bit too heavy. The bar will remain the same at 247.5 kilos for Jacques Lewis, who missed this weight on his second attempt. If I'm not mistaken, Amelia, I think it's depth.
Yeah, and 247 seems to be the cursed number somewhat in this flight. The only two lifters to have attempted it haven't got it yet, so let's hope Jack can change that. Stands it up once again. Let's see if it was to depth this time round. 3 white lights.
Yeah, that was a good lift. Much to the excitement of former national team coach Lawrence Farncombe. And now the bar is going to go to 250 kilos for Ryan Yarnell for his third and final squat attempt.
And his personal best by a significant way. Unfortunately, just a little bit too much. The 10 kilo personal best after squats, however. Now have Krishan Mistry taking a 10 kilo jump to 255 for his third and final attempt. This lands him just 3 kilos below his personal best.
And a really nice looking squat. 2-to-1 decision in his favor. And finally, got Toph Apampa coming out on 255. Jumped 17.5 kilos from his first to his second and has now taken another 12.5, so a nice spread there, a 30-kilo spread between opening and third attempt squats. So this will be interesting to see what Toph can do with this third one.
Yeah, not too shabby at all, taking a 30-kilo spread whatsoever.
Yeah, the types of progressions is what you're used to seeing perhaps in the 93-kilo weight class. You know, stronger individuals, but some lifters acclimate well to these larger jumps and perhaps the open to stitch light.
Yeah, and if you got this, it would be a 30-kilo personal best today.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, and a good catch by the spotters.
Just hit the hole really hard. His hips instantly shot back, knocked out of
Yeah.
position, unfortunately.
Yeah, well done, spotters. Good catch. And now we've got Sam Dew coming out for 275 kilos. That's 5 per side, 6 pounds, being coached by Alex Pearson-Jones.
Yeah, this is to match his personal best, I believe. We'll see that come up in a moment, but he's trying to slowly pace himself and build a subtotal. Yeah, 275, his personal best. Nice, clean-looking number on the bar with all those reds. As we said, because Sam squats so neatly, he really can grind through a difficult squat if he has the strength to do so. And it looks like he does. That is a beautiful third attempt.
Really good attempt call. Pristine execution by Sam, and he's moving forward with all 3 squats. He's walking out, fist bumps the coach. Now the bar will go up an additional 2.5 for Dylan Nelson, who's opted for a 5-kilo increase from his second to his third.
Yeah,
he settled on 277.5.
It looks like he's not shooting for that record, and I think probably a smart thing to do when you're trying to push for a bit of a statement, I suppose. Get everything you can out of himself, and you can see he is amped up. 277.5 kilos. Like we said, they all weighed 74 kilos on the dot, so they all had to cut pretty aggressively, I imagine. He wants some energy from the room.
And you can hear the crowd behind us. Dylan Nelson, a crowd favorite, bringing a lot of emotion.
No, unfortunately not there today for Dylan, but still walks away with a 272.5. So squat remaining in the 74 kilo class, and it belongs to Stephen Day. It will come up as a British record, but because he's lifting as a guest, it won't be an official British record, so he can't chip it. He's chosen to go 10 kilo increment to 290. We know that he's got 300 training. 280 looked really good, so let's see how this moves today.
Oh.
No, unfortunately not. Winced a bit, it seems, in the hole.
Oh, it looks like he might have injured himself a bit. Not sure if he pulled something or strained. He reached and grabbed his adductor. That didn't look good, but I'm hoping that Stephen can continue.
Yeah, unfortunately, both Dylan and 2 for 3 on the squat. Sam, reliable as ever, 3 for 3. Very interesting, leading us into bench press. We're going to head into a 10-minute break now before bench press. So we will see you there. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to the SBD British Open Classic Championships 2024. We have the 74 kilo men for you this afternoon. We just had a really good squat session there, a bit dramatic actually in the B group. As you can see on the board there, we unfortunately had one lifter who did not post a squat, one lifter who almost did not post a squat. A bit more misses than we'd like to see, but hopefully a little more of a stress-free bench session coming up now. The score sheet as it stands, actually a really big opener from Lee Harris there with 172.5, one that will probably rival those benches in the A group to follow. And just before we get started, I'd like to say a quick thank you to our sponsors, SBD and Eleiko. Without them, none of this would be possible. You can see the Eleiko kit on the platform, the new Sky Pad, lovely and soft, lots of good reviews from the lifters. And of course, we have plenty of SBD gear coming and going. Have a look at the new Forge range. If you're here in person, they have a stand selling the whole new range. And another reminder, we obviously have the 74 A group to follow. We know that it's going to be a bit of a battle between Dylan and Sam in terms of titles because Stephen is competing as a guest lifter today. Can still go into the pool for international qualification, but for now, it is a battle for the title between Sam and Dylan.
That's right, and he can't officially break any records as well. So, and we're hoping that Stephen can continue. Looked like he had a bit of a hiccup on his third squat there. Not sure if he injured or pulled his adductor, but hopefully he'll be able to continue in the bench press and maybe even the deadlift as well.
Just another reminder, as we're finishing up with the 69B group in session in the platform 1 on the other side of the channel, at 6:30 we will have the 69 and 83A groups prime time kicking off over there. It might be a slight overlap, so if I suddenly become an American lady, that will be because I'm being replaced by Susie Gary momentarily. And we now have Anthony Motsuti, 120 kilos on the bar for his opening attempt. Has a personal best of 127.5. Was in a very sticky situation in squats, only got his third attempt in. Let's hope bench is a little easier for him.
Just waiting for the lights here from the referees. And a 3 white light lift for Anthony. Next up, with 2 reds on the bar at 125, is William Strickland Miller, who's moving forward with a 200 kilo squat, went 2 for 3.
Yeah, as you said, opening on 125 here on his bench, 10 kilos below his personal best.
And a really smooth opener from William there. And a successful lift at 125. The bar will remain at 125 kilos for our next competitor, Hugo Leung, who, as Amelia stated before, wasn't able to successfully meet during the squats, so is not able to register a total, but has decided to continue and get some experience during the bench and the deadlift as well.
Especially with nationals being a bit uncertain in terms of who can compete next year, it's worth getting that experience.
Yeah, that opener looked fantastic. Nice and easy for Hugo. That's a 3 white light lift. his first successful lift of the day. I know he'll be excited moving forward. And now the bar goes to 127.5 for Ben Poole, who made all 3 squats. One of the only lifters, well, 3 lifters in this first group that is moving forward with all 3 squats. We like to see that. It's coming out on 127.5.
Just as tidy as a squat, I would say.
Yeah, that looked fantastic. Nice, easy opener by Ben. 3 white lights. The bar will remain at 127.5 for Ehis Izokun. Yeah, that was a very nice opener by Ez, and a successful lift at 127.5. The bar will increase by 5 kilos to 132.5 for Joshua Chan. Joshua missed his squat opener at 210, went up 5 kilos, and then missed his third, so he's moving forward with just 1 squat, looking to go 3 for 3 in the bench here, but you got to start off with an opener at 132.5.
Lovely attempt there. 3 white lights, a good lift, and it's good to see a much smoother start to bench press than we had to squats.
Yeah, and the bar goes to 135 for Jacob Blackburn, who's moving forward with 2 squats and looking to just get his foot in the door here with 135. And that was a nice, got 3 reds.
Yeah, unfortunately he had a double bounce on his chest there. He gets blues from referees. You can see there. Yeah, sorry, the up and down movement. I was looking at the center referee, what he was saying.
The bar goes up to 140 for Kieran Drysdale, and it will remain here for 2 attempts.
Just 5 kilos below his personal best. We now have Ryan Mycock, 140 kilos. Only managed to get 1 squat on the board. Perhaps, I think, made a jump a little bit too big from his first to the second. It ended up seeming like.
Yeah, and a very nice opener by Ryan there on 140. And the bar will increase 20 kilos to 160 for Daniel Mills, one of 3 lifters in this flight, who did get to to see that. So looking to continue that trend and open with 160.
Yeah, and Daniel's opening on his personal best of 160, so clearly has had some huge progress recently. Well, we certainly hope that to be the case. Shows a lot of confidence.
That looked fantastic. Very slow and controlled descent. Nice pause on the chest and then blasted it right up for Daniel.
Yeah, really nice opening attempt. And what you couldn't hear at home, I could hear in the commentary booth, was Matt Gary say, wow, when he pressed it. So really was very impressed with that.
Yeah, fantastic. And now we've got Lee Harris opening up just beneath 3 reds. He'll be on 172.5. This is our heaviest opening bench press of this first flight. And Lee had moved forward with 3 successful squats at 210 and has now got a big bench at 172.5 for his opener.
Yeah, and like we said before, this could definitely rival some of the benches in the first flight. And if this was an international, you know, he'd be fighting for a bench medal, I'm sure.
Yeah, you can't sleep on some of these B group lifters because oftentimes if they go 8 for 9 or 9 for 9, they wind up surprising some of the lifters in the A group. That was a little bit of a slow opener.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried for a second there.
But he did meet the standard. 3 white lights, kind of shaking his head a little bit. Could have been a missed groove, I'm not sure. We'll see what he puts forth for a second attempt.
And that's the thing, bench is maybe the most technical lift, and we see it so often where it moves slowly like that. They change one thing, move an inch, and it moves completely differently.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're going back to the top of the round for our second attempts with Anthony Mazzuti, who's taken a 7.5 kilo increase, and now he's on 127.5.
Still moving very well for him. And that's a matched personal best as well.
Now we've got William Strickland Miller coming out for a second attempt. He's pushed 5 more kilos on the table, so he's settling on 130. You hear all those cheers in the background. That's our B Group 69 session finishing up over there for deadlifts. Yeah, that was a really nice looking second attempt for William, who gets 3 white lights.
We now move to 135. Jacob Blackburn, who missed this on his opener. It wasn't necessarily a strength issue. The bar did dip on its way up. It's sensible that they retook the same weight. A, because it's bench and that could be a little tumultuous, but B, because if it is downwards movement, that could be an issue of turbulence, you know, and strength can really affect that. So much more sensible to be safe, especially after being in a similar situation on his squat.
Oh yeah, well done, smart decision, as Amelia said. Jacob decides to stay on 135, successful with that as his second attempt. The bar will remain the same for the next 2 lifters. First up is Ben Poole, weight 35 kilos, a 7.5 kilo increase, and so perfect 4 for 4, looking to make it 5 for 5.
And this is also to match his personal best, so anything past this will be a PB in bench after already getting a personal best in squat now. definitely slowed down, but worked through it, and it looked good. 3 white lights. And our first lifter to have gone 5 for 5, and actually only one of 3 in this flight that has that opportunity. Ehes Izokun now, 135 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump from his opener.
Looks like this will be a PB attempt for Ehes at 135. Kilo PB. Nice pause, slams it right back up. Looked pretty easy to me. Yeah, and he's excited with a new personal best on the bench press. The bar will go to 137.5 for Hugo Leung. Yeah, and that moved very nicely for Hugo at 137.5, so he's 2 for 2 in the bench press. Next up is Joshua Chan, who settled on 140, looking to go 2 for 2 in the bench.
And this would be for a 2.5 kilo personal best for Josh. And I'm going to take this moment for Susie Gary, so I will see you in prime time. It's a lovely bench for Joshua.
Yeah, well done for Joshua as he moves forward with a 140 kilo bench. Next up, we've got Kieran Drysdale, who's asked for 145, had a successful opener of 140. And I am joined by my partner in crime, my better half, lifter, Susie Hartwig Gary. Thank you for joining me as Amelia has stepped out and she's going to take over the reins for the primetime session.
I don't think I can fill in her shoes, but I'm going to do my best to just hang in. Looks like a nice smooth lift. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights. Next up is Daniel Mills.
No, not quite.
No?
Susie skipping
Oh,
ahead.
man. I'm in a hurry. 2 people had 145.
That's
Sorry
right.
about that.
Yes. Got Ryan Micock coming out for 145. He was successful at 140, so he's opted for a 5 kilo increase.
I guess I'm fired.
Yeah, that looks like a good lift, provisionally speaking. Yeah, and a 3 white light lift for Ryan. And the bar now is going to jump, take a 20 kilo increase for Daniel Mills, who's asked for 165 for his second attempt. And if you're keeping score at home, you'll notice in this first fight here of this B group, if you will, we've only got 3 lifters moving forward who made all 3 squats. Daniel, of course, being one of them. So Daniel's 4 for 4 and has taken a 5 kilo increase, looking to make it 5 for 5. So far, so good, having a stellar day.
Nice and smooth. Let's see what the referees say. That's a good lift. Daniel's someone who kind of comes down with a tempo,
Yes.
but it comes up off his chest a whole lot faster than he brings it down.
That's right. Lee Harris is our final bencher of the second round. This is a big bench. This is our first 3 red bench on either side here at 177.5. He did struggle, Lee, with his opener. Didn't look as fast as we would like to see, but that could have been a misgroove, so we're looking forward to seeing what he can produce here on his second attempt. As he's given the final instructions of where he kind of likes the bar. And not necessarily knowing the lifter, it could have been an odd handoff or something of that nature, so we'll see what he can do.
Your foot can slip so many things.
Yeah, and that was certainly, I tell you what, as far as bar speed goes, that was about the same as the first one. But he's nodding at his coach there, kind of smiling, saying that one felt a lot better. So was able to make the technical correction, I think.
And some people, the way they lift, they're fairly slow anyway, but if something's just a little bit off technically, it can make it look like molasses.
Exactly.
But it was nice to see him smiling after the second one.
Yeah, no doubt. And Daniel's moving forward 5 for 5. Now as we go to the top of our third round, we've got Anthony Mazzuti, who's called for 132.5. Only carried 1 squat forward. Looks like this will be a personal best bench. Tied his PB at 127.5 on his second attempt, looking to increase it by 5 kilos on his third.
Looks smooth.
Yeah, 2-1 decision.
Judges
Got a
say
yellow
yes.
card there. Not exactly sure what that was. Could have been the butt, could have been a foot, because he came from that far side that we're not able to stream, but nevertheless moves forward with 3, and the bar is going to increase to 135 for William Strickland Miller.
This is 5 kilos more than his second attempt, so I really think he should have it, but let's see what happens. And that looks like a good lift. That was the perfect number for him. He had to fight for it, but he wasn't going to stop, and he comes away successful. Next, we have Ben Pohl up with 137.5.
Yeah, and Ben is 5 for 5. He's one of the lifters in this first group that has upheld the standard on every single lift, and he's a perfect 5 for 5, looking to go 6 for 6 into his subtotal. And you look across the auditorium here, Susie, and there's a buzz in the air because we're getting ready for the primetime session for the 69s and the 83s on the other platform. And I know that the crowd is getting excited, so it's exciting to see a lot of members of BP coming out to watch this evening's session.
The stands are definitely full.
And just a bit too much for Ben, but he'll move forward with 5 successful lifts so far in a 135-kilo bench.
Looks like he hit a little low, he was telling his coach, and that's another thing, you know, if you're just off even an inch with the bench press, it can be the end of you, especially when it's a top-end lift.
Yeah, like Amelia was saying, the bench press is undoubtedly and arguably the most, technical lift. Obviously, you've got 3 commands. You've got a lot of variables. If you take a lift off, you know, the carpet can affect your positioning, the bench pad, all of these variables. But nevertheless, Jacob Blackburn, who made his second attempt at 135 after missing his opener, has now called for 140 kilos on his third bench. Yeah.
Looked like a good lift to me. Let's see what the refs say. Oh,
Yeah.
he gets 2 white lights.
2-1 decision. And now we've got Ehes Izokun has called for 140. A 5 kilo increase from his second attempt. And this is quite a big PB for Ez, who's already eclipsed his personal best of 132 on his second attempt, looking to add some more icing on top of the sundae, if you will, with 140 kilos on his third. Oh, yeah.
Oh, beautiful lift. And that's, you know, you see younger or newer lifters, and every time they come to a competition, it seems like they get 1 or 2 new PBs, sometimes in every discipline.
Yeah, that was outstanding. That moved quite well. Has a few more kilos left in him.
Joshua Chan is up next. He just took a 2.5 kilo jump. So let's see how this goes. He's 2 for 2 in the bench so far.
That's right, and for our American friends who prefer imperial units, this is a 3-plate bench. This is about 314, 315 pounds. Only taking a 2.5 kilo increase from his second to his third. But this would give him, I believe, a 5 kilo PB when successful. Yeah, and
And
a little
that was a
sticky.
limit lift.
Yeah,
That
a little
was
sticky
limit
at top,
lift.
but met the standard.
Yeah.
3 white lights and a good lift.
He looks pretty happy and content with that one. So next up we have Hugo Lung, 145.
145 on his third. As we mentioned before, unfortunately, Hugo wasn't able to satisfy the standard, meet the standard during the squat, but has decided to continue. Again, you don't know when you're going to make it back to a British Open Championships. So wants to get that experience during the bench press and the deadlift, and he's moved forward from 137.5, taking another 7.5 kilo increase to 145 for his third bench.
And 3 for 3 in the bench press. And it looks like, you know, I don't know Hugo, but it looks like he opened extra light in the bench and took a big jump just to make sure that he didn't have the same thing happen as in the squat. And that was really wise, and he came away successful with 3 great lifts.
Agreed. And now the bar goes to 147.5, a small jump for Ryan Micock on his third and final attempt.
Just a little bit too much for today. But he went 2 for 2 in the bench, and now it's Kieran Drysdale with 150 kilos. Another 5 kilo jump. You know, it's interesting, Matt. I've noticed a lot of these men are jumping 5 kilos and 5 kilos. And that's what myself and a lot of the gals jump. I think in the bench, it's a different kind of animal. People like to have really small jumps.
Yeah, I think so too. And also, Susie, you'll notice if you're looking at the scoreboard, you'll notice that there were a lot of missed squats. I mean, it was kind of a bloodbath of sorts for a lot of these lifters. So, you know, we can't necessarily comment on all of their strategies. Some people have a different perspective after they've missed a lot of lifts. But nevertheless, we've got Kieran here attempting 150. Good pause. And, yeah, that looked like a really solid third attempt. Yeah.
Very nice lift. Oh, he got 1 red.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it was for elbow depth since it's a red.
That's right, from the head referee. But again, that's why we have 3 officials. So it's a successful attempt. And now we've got Daniel Mills, who's called for 172.5. And this is interesting because Daniel opened at 160, only jumped up 5, and now he's opted for a 7.5 kilo increase. So once again, as Susie said, sometimes because the bench press is such a technical lift and there's so many different variables, maybe his second one just felt a lot better than the opener, and he says, hey, I've got more left in the tank.
Yeah, I haven't done that many times, but I remember doing that with Samantha Calhoun from the U.S., who's a wonderful lifter. We took a small one, and then we thought, you know what, she finally looks good, and we took a bigger jump to the third. So let's see how he can make this move.
Oh, very good catch by the spotters.
That was a close one. It drifted right over his face, just a little too much. When he pushed it up, it came up and toward his face right away.
Yeah, that almost looked like an equipped bench of sorts. And now finally the bar goes to 182.5 for Lee. And as I mentioned before, Lee had kind of a sluggish opener, comes back, hits the second one with similar bar speed. And now, you know, he's called for 182.5, which will take him over that 400-pound threshold.
Wow, that was an amazing fight. Looks like a good lift. Let's see what they say.
Absolutely.
3 white lights.
Yeah.
And just for the listeners out there, Matt and I are from the U.S., so if we mention a 400-pound threshold, it's just because we can't help ourselves. We think in kilos and pounds.
No, of course we do. You'll have to beg our pardon if everything goes to crap when the Americans take over the live stream. But now what we're looking at, folks, is we're looking at the A group. All right, this is the premier flight of 74s now. And Alexander Espin from Sabado Sessions podcast, being coached by legendary lifter Jurens Kangamu, has chosen to open up at 130 kilos. Alex is moving forward here with 3 successful squats. This flight had a much more successful squat session, a lot fewer missed lifts, and we're excited to see what Alex can put forth, with his opening bench.
That was a super smooth opener for Alex.
Yeah, absolute smoke show for Alex. Oh, looks like he got 1 red light, yellow card. He's talking to the referee.
Could be a foot moving, could be the
Yeah,
tush.
I think it looks like she was complaining about his wrist straps. I'm not sure that his wrist strap could have been a little bit too high.
I saw her signal like his tush might have come off on one side, but sometimes when people push hard, one side comes up, the other doesn't. Or sometimes you're looking at the bar real intently as a referee that you miss it. I didn't see it on this side, but it doesn't mean it didn't come up on the other side. But either way, he got 2 whites. It's a good lift. We're moving on to Ryan Yarnell, opening with 132.5. Oh my, that looked like a final warm-up.
Yeah, put some.
Ooh, but his butt either came up or his feet moved, all reds and all yellow.
Yeah, the bar moved really well. Very lightweight, but just has to come back and satisfy the standard here. So it'll be interesting to see if Ryan decides to move forward, and add some weight on the bar, if he's just going to come back and repeat that. But meanwhile, we've got George Sandeau opening up on 135 kilos. Yeah, and it does look like Ryan has decided to increase despite the 3 red lift there on his opener. So we'll see if he can make that technical correction.
And it might have been that he didn't wait for the pause and barely beat the command, because I did hear the head ref say something about you weren't down there long enough.
Yeah, and the yellow card in the bench press, as Susie said, can be a host of things. It could be your head coming off the bench, your butt, your foot, lots of different infractions. But that's the one infraction where if you actually don't wait for the referee's signal and the weight moves really well, that we might say, hey, that lends credence to the argument that you could increase to your planned second attempt.
George Sandeau. Made 135 look nice. Easy opener, and up next is Daniel J at 137.5. So far we've got a lot of lifters who are 3 for 3 and 4 for 4, and I like to see that.
Yeah, Daniel coming out, being coached by British junior sub-junior team head coach Jason Coltman looking on. 137.5 kilos. That's crossing the 300-pound threshold.
Now, easy work of that.
Yeah, Jason looks happy. That's a two white light lift, 2-1 decision. The bar goes to 140 kilos for our next three lifters, 308 pounds. So Christopher Wong coming out for his opening attempt on 140. He's moving forward with a 242.5 kilo squat. Looking to get on the board with 140 in the bench press. As Amelia alluded to, Christopher Wong taking a break from competition. Seems like this is his first one back after some significant time off. Gonna opt for the self lift off here. Yeah, and that was a good 2-1 lift for Christopher. And now we've got Stephen Day, and I'm really excited to see Stephen come out here because it really looked like Stephen did something and injured himself on his third squat. Yeah, and if you see Stephen limping on, it's because I think he tweaked or tore or pulled or strained his adductor. He grabbed his adductor on his third squat. He was successful with 2 squats, smoked 280, went to 290 on his third, and kind of got stuck in the hole, and you could tell that he was limping as he came off the platform, but he's opening on 140.
Looks like he needed to re-rack the weights. Good lift, so he is still in the meat.
Yeah, and that's a good lift for Stephen, and I've just been told by Amelia Potter that it is his quad, actually. And so we're really sad to see that. I mean, Steve is an absolute warrior. This guy, former national team member for Australia. As we said earlier in the broadcast, lifting today is essentially as a guest lifter, will be in the, depending upon how he finishes, can be in the pool or for national team selection, but is not qualified to be a national champion today because of some membership issues and so forth, and can't break any British records. But next up for his opening attempt is Alexander Fodor, also on 140 kilos.
Alex made that look ridiculously easy. I have a sneaky suspicion he'll be taking a pretty big jump. We'll wait and see. Dylan Nelson is up next. 152.5 on the bar. This is a big flight. So, I mean, the pluses and the minuses are you have a lot of rest in between, but the spotter loaders are doing a really good job here, and they're nice and quick. So even though it's such a big flight, it's moving pretty smoothly for the gentleman, I believe.
Yeah, and crowd favorite Dylan Nelson coming out. Never short on emotion, lots of fire from this lifter. You know when Dylan takes the platform, you're going to hear him, and he's decided to open up on 152.5, gave the final instructions to the liftoff guy, and we're going to see what he can do here on his opening bench.
Look good to me.
Yeah, that was very neat and tidy. Well done by Dylan. The bar will remain the same for Krishan Mistry, also at 152.5. Went 3 for 3 in the squat with a 255 kilo lift. Looking to make it 4 for 4.
lot of these lifters are making it really easy for the referees to decide if it's a good lift or not.
Yeah,
this is how openers should look.
That's right. Yeah, if you blinked, you missed it. And our apologies on the live stream if we mispronounce any names. We're not sure if it's Jack Lewis or Jacques Lewis. Amelia went with Jack. I'm going to blame Amelia, and I think I'll follow suit and call him Jack as well.
I'm just going to call him Mr. Lewis.
That's right. Mr. Lewis is appropriate. He's opening up on 155 kilos.
Well, whatever his name is, that was a really good lift.
Yeah, well done for Mr. Lewis, who's successful in 155. The bar goes up by 2.5 kilos to 157.5 for Scott Walton, one of the lifters who has made all 3 squats, looking to build on his total here.
Scott lifters that are just incredibly strong, and they make prime time or they make the top flights.
Oh. Yeah, and Scott makes quick work of that. If you blinked, you missed it. That looked fantastic. Next up, we've got Apampa opening up on 100. And he
comes running to the bar. He's excited.
Yeah, he's wasting no time, sprinting out to the bar.
Good work of that one. We have 1 bench left in the flight. That's Sam Dew at 165 kilos. Not too shy from 3 reds in the bench. He's 3 for 3 in the squat. His day's going really well. Let's see how this opener looks.
Yeah, Sam being coached by my partner in crime on the national teams here. You know him as Peach. I know him as Alex. Alex Pearson-Jones. Coaching Sam Dew, very technically proficient lifter here. All of his lifts look really pretty, pristine, technically sound, meets the standard, no question in his lifts whatsoever, and he's opening up on 165.
That's a good looking lift.
Yeah, and I think it's just more of the same from Sam.
Yep, and we finished our first round of benches. On to second attempts with Alexander Espin. He went up 10 kilos from his opener. He's 4 for 4 so far. Our next 3 lifters are all doing 140 kilos. And interesting enough, one of them jumped 5, one jumped 7.5, and one jumped 10. So it'll be interesting to see how they move.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say also, Susie, just looking at these numbers, that legendary British lifter Owen Hubbard's British record of 190 kilos is safe for today. If you're tuning into the live stream, you'll see Owen lifting in our 83 kilo primetime session in just a little while. But looking at these numbers, I think his record is going to stay on the books another year, or at least another championships.
Owen is a phenomenal bencher. It might be a while before somebody comes and breaks it.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, that looked like a really good lift for for Alex, and that ties a personal best. So it'll be really interesting to see what he and Jurens settle on for that third attempt. The bar, as Susie said, is going to remain on 140 for Ryan Yarnell.
Ryan missed this on his first attempt at 132.5. We weren't quite sure. We think it might have been for command, so let's see how it goes now. He went ahead and took a 7.5 kilo jump.
Yeah, absolutely easy second. It's the standard.
Exactly, and that must have been what it was. He had no issues with his feet or his tush, so it was probably just beating the command last time, but wisely he and his coach decided to go up and just reminded him that he had to, Simon says, wait until Mother May I, you know?
Yeah, that's one of those times in terms of a technical issue when you get yellows that you can go up, as we said before, and that puts him at 2.5 kilos under his personal best. But meanwhile, we've got George Sandeau also on 140 kilos for his second attempt, taking a 5 kilo increase from his first to his second.
Now that one moved very nicely.
Yeah, fantastic lift there for George. He's 5 for 5, betting 1,000 so far. Next up, we've got Daniel
J. Yep, 142.5. He's 4 for 4. Let's see if he can keep following George's lead, making lifts. He also looks like he's having a lot of fun out there. He's smiling and talking to all the spotter loaders.
There we go. We just had the spotter loaders kind of get the rack sorted to Daniel's liking.
A lot of self liftoff here today. Very smooth. I believe Daniel will be probably jumping up another 5 because that one moved super easy. Next up is Christopher Wong at 145. Our next two lifters are lifting the same amount. Let's see which one makes it move easier.
Yeah, and I think as Susie said, you're seeing a lot of self liftoffs here today. Sometimes that's out of preference where they've just found that they prefer to lift off to themselves. Sometimes lifters get a string of bad liftoffs and say, hey, I want to take it under my own accord and do this myself. And others do it out of necessity, training alone, training in their home, their garage, their basement, and what have you. And they don't have a proper training partner, and they just get used to it. But it's exciting to see a lot of lifters kind of adopting that practice and just removing an additional variable from the equation.
Christopher made that look nice and easy. Next up, we have Alexander Fodor. And like Matt was saying, if you practice all the time in the gym handing off to yourself because you don't have liftoffs, very rarely will someone want to take a lift off because they're just not used to it. It can throw you off. Bar is loaded. We're just waiting for Alexander.
Wow, really fast descent by Alexander, but meets the standard. He's 5 for 5. Very nice looking lift. And now we've got Stephen Day, who's taken a 12.5 kilo increase from his opener. As we said, unfortunately, Stephen hurt himself, appears to have pulled or strained his quad during his third squat. But the warrior that he is has decided to continue in the bench press, keep his total going. He's chosen 152.5 on his second attempt.
And now that's probably a much bigger jump than he would normally take, but my guess is he was wise and he and his coach lowered his opener to make sure he would get a lift in, not knowing with his quad injury whether he would be able to have leg drive for the bench. And as you can see, that second attempt was super easy, not a problem for him at all. 3 white lights, but still very wise move by he and his coach, opening light enough to ensure that he got something in, because you never know how much people don't realize how much you use your legs when you're benching. Wise move, and it just makes me really happy to see him making attempts after he's gone through that.
Yeah, for sure. It's just nice when competitors can see it through to the end. Now we've got crowd favorite Dylan Nelson coming out again with lots of emotion, was successful in 152.5 and has increased by 7.5 to 160 kilos. Looks like this will tie Dylan's personal best when successful. Outstanding lift by
The
Dylan.
crowd likes it, and the referees do too. Good lift for Dylan. Next up, we have Christian Mystery. 160, same weight on the bar.
Yeah, and both of these gentlemen opting for that 7.5 kilo increase, which is appropriate at this strength level. That's right on par with what we're used to seeing. Christian's a perfect 4 for 4. He's chosen 160, that's 352 pounds.
My goodness, that was a very easy lift. He just might go up 7.5 more to his third, because he moved that one no problem. It looked like an opener to me. Let's see what Jack Lewis will do. He went from 155 to 162.5, so he also took a 7.5 kilo jump. His first one moved very nicely. Let's see how the second one goes.
A little bit sticky at the lockout, but successful nevertheless. 2 white lights, coached by former national team head coach Lawrence Farncombe, looking good. Scott Walton is going to come out, taking a 10 kilo increase, so a big jump here from 157.5 all the way up to 167.5 for his second attempt. But hey, what do we know? This guy's been perfect so far, looking to continue that trend for his second attempt. Again, Scott, one of those lifters who's going to do the self lift-off. Takes it out, has to drop his hips down before he gets the start command. Yeah, and a really nice looking lift.
Very nicely.
Yeah, well done for Scott. The bar is going to remain the same for Tough Apampa at 167.5, so he's jumped 7.5 from his opener to his second. He's a junior, also in the open here. I
think he might be a track star too, because he tends to run out and grab that bar right away. And he does it with a big smile, so you know, how can the crowd not like him? Good lift. The refs had him holding it for a while. I'm not sure if his tush didn't come all the way down or not. It took a while for the side ref to drop her hand, but once she did and he got the commands, he had no problem whatsoever getting it. It slowed some, but it was smooth through the entire transition. Last lifter of the flight, Sam Dew. He took a 7.5 kilo jump, 172.5.
That's right, and as we said at the beginning of the broadcast, Sam here is one of our 3 primary contenders, along with Dylan Nelson and, of course, Stephen Day, who are going to be vying for that top spot. So we'll see what Sam can do. He is a perfect 4 for 4 so far. Yeah, and just a brilliant second attempt. I mean, that looked
Easy
fantastic. 2-1 decision. He's got more left in the tank. I'm sure he and Alex will discuss and get the right number on the bar for his 3rd attempt. That looked fantastic. Moving back up to the top of the order. So this is our 3rd and final round of benches. And we've got Sabado Sessions' own Alex Espin coming out on 145. Looks like this will be a 5 kilo PB for Alex. His good friend and fellow powerlifter, Joey Diva, cheering him on in the audience, 66 kilos. I had the good fortune of coaching Joey earlier today, had an outstanding session cheering on his friend. It's good to see British powerlifting being so well represented in the stands and in the audience. We've got a packed house here. Got our 69 primetime session coming up shortly. And they've made him replace the bar. Alex has about 11 seconds left. It's down to about 6 seconds.
Oh, just a little bit too much. I don't know if having to quickly reset because one of his fingers were not quite covering the ring. That's why they had him replace the bar. That's one reason why Matt and I, as we lift and as we coach people, we always have our ready at the chalk box that as soon as they say bars loaded, you run out there in case you have to replace the bar and start again. And that's happened a few times with people where they either are super rushed at the end or even run out of time because they had to replace it.
Yeah, and if you do have an elaborate setup, not saying that his was unnecessarily long, but you're cutting it close against the clock there, and he only got that command with about 3 seconds left.
Ryan Yarnell makes that look nice, 145 kilos. Ends up 2 for 3. The bench had a little mishap with his opener, but came back and did really nicely on his 2nd and 3rd. I think he actually ended where he planned to. Next up, we have Sando, 145 kilos on the bar.
Yeah, and a really nice lift for George. 3 white lights. He's a perfect 6 for 6 heading into the deadlift, just having an outstanding day. And the bar is going to go up to 147.5 for our next 3 competitors here. The first of which is Christopher Wong, who hit 145 on his 2nd attempt, taking the smallest increase that he can, and has settled on 147.5.
And you know, every kilo counts. So if he feels like only 2.5 is there, that is the wise call. I mean, you may want 5, but you got to take what you have in the tank because this is a close battle for a lot of different placings.
Yeah, and he tied his personal best on his 2nd attempt at 145, so this would be a 2.5 kilo PB for Christopher.
Oh my, I think he had 5, Matt. What do you think?
Yeah, he had more room in the tank. I think that moved a little bit better than he anticipated. The bar is going to remain at 147.5 for our next lift. Daniel J., who is a perfect 5 for 5, looking to go 6 for 6 into the deadlift.
Well, I think Christopher Wong, even though he had some left, is probably happy because anytime you can get a PB at a national level meet, you've got to be happy. You can't be disappointed with that.
That's
see
right.
What Daniel does.
Yeah, and if you're looking, just taking a look at our deadlift openers here, kind of taking a sneak peek, Christopher's got the biggest deadlift opener at 270 kilos. So that's where he's gonna make his riches, so to speak.
Daniel made that look really nice also. Next up we have Alex Fodor. 147.5 stays on the bar. Let's see if we can get another 6 for 6. So far we have 2 people that are 6 for 6. A lot of good lifting, not many missed lifts in this flight.
Yeah, so far so good for Alexander. His lifts have looked absolutely pristine. Yeah, and he just keeps on trucking. This guy hasn't missed yet. Perfect 6 for 6. The bar is going to go up to 165 kilos for Stephen Day. So once again, Stephen has taken another 12.5 kilo jump. As Susie said, we're guessing, look, he hurt himself in the squat, injured his quad, opened extra light, and now he's trying to make up a bit of ground and take some larger jumps in the bench press. So now Stephen has asked for 165.
And our next 2 lifters after Stephen will also be taking 165. This is a close battle in the bench press. His coach is going to go to the jury and try to figure out what it was. He got a yellow card.
Yeah, the jury's taking a look at it. Looks like his butt came off the bench.
And that can happen to anyone, but especially if you have one bad leg, there's a good chance that you push a little crooked. He moved the weight well, but it's no lift. Now we move to Dylan Nelson with 165, same weight on the bar.
Yeah, outstanding lift by Dylan Nelson. Well done.
And he's definitely a crowd favorite. It gets very loud when Dylan's lifting.
Yeah, and Dylan is really in a tight battle here with Sam Dew, who will be coming up in about 4 or 5 more attempts, as they're going to be fighting for this national championship here at British Open Classic Nationals. But next up, the bar remains the same for Jacques Lewis, 165 kilos. Took a 2.5 kilo increase from his second to his third.
Every kilo counts. And that was the right call. I don't think 2.5 more would have went. Good call for Jack. 2 white lights, that's all you need. Next is Christian Mystery, 167.5. Dare I say 5 for 5 going into the bench. Let's make it 6 for 6. So far, a perfect day. Great lift, 6 for 6. Scott Walton is up next with 170 kilos. Five for 5 so far. Just went up 2.5 from his last one, so I'm thinking he can get this. Let's see what he does with this. And that's a good lift. We have 2 left. Top is up next with 175, 3 reds for his bench press. He will never run out of time before getting the start command. He makes sure of that when he runs out with a big smile on his face. He takes a little while to set up, but he gives himself plenty of time. Another self lift off. Look at that fight, but
yeah, that
just started to come down on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I think that lift was doomed from the start. The head referee and the side referees didn't, or the side referees, I should say, didn't put their hands down for quite some time and really made him hold it extra long there.
And I was wondering, but I looked at his feet, and he kept moving his feet, trying to get them in. Maybe that platform's gotten a little slippery.
That's
that
right.
happens sometimes after a few people have had chalk and baby powder.
Yep, and we've got Sam Dew coming out for 177.5, a perfect 5 for 5, and he is locked in a tight battle with Dylan Nelson here. And so if successful, this is going to put Sam at a 452.5 kilo subtotal. He and Dylan have the exact same body weight, both weighed in at 74 kilos on the nose.
Oh my goodness gracious. Way to stick with that lift. It looked like a good one to me. Let's see what the refs say.
And he does get it. 2-1. Outstanding lifting by Sam Dew. Phenomenal attempt call. Alex Pearson-Jones getting every ounce out of him that he possibly can. And look, this is an extremely tight battle, Susie, heading into the deadlifts. And after opening deadlifts, it looks like Dylan is going to be slightly ahead, only by a few kilos. But again, as I said, they're weighing the same body weight, and so attempt selection is going to become critical in this final round. We're just taking a look at the scoreboard here, and it looks like after openers, Sam will be on 692.5, Dylan at 702.5. Dylan having a deadlift advantage of opening 20 kilos heavier, so this is really going to come down to attempt selection, execution, but I think we're in for an exciting deadlift section in the 74 kilo class.
And what's really interesting is Stephen Day. We have to assume that he'll probably have to drop his deadlift opener since he was injured. But if he'd had that last bench, he would actually be in the lead after openers right now. But again, I think they'll probably wait, see how much they think he has. We're probably going to see that opener come down. Realistically, I doubt he's going to open with 260, but
that's right.
This is going to be a real exciting
and let's not overlook Christian Mystery, who's in the mix as well, because after openers, he'll be sitting on 690 kilos. But we want to thank you so much for watching and listening to us during the bench press. We've got about a 10-minute break, so do join us for an exciting session where we are going to crown our 74 kilo champion during the deadlifts. Welcome back to the 74 kilo session. We are just getting ready to begin deadlifts. We want to thank our sponsors once again, SBD and Eleiko, both providing a tremendous amount of support here at the British Open Championships. Obviously Eleiko with decked out full kit on the platform, the new competition custom kilo calibrated plates. Of course, the rack that you're used to seeing with the new bench pad that everybody, or at least most people, seem to be in favor of. And then, of course, SBD with their new Forge release. We're counting down here to the start of the opening round of deadlifts. We're going to start with our B group. It'll be Anthony Mozzuti at 220 kilos. And Susie, one thing I'm going to mention here, we just took a look at the live stream footage and saw the review, and Sam Dew's third bench press was overturned by the jury. So that's going to create an interesting situation and really tighten up that race in the deadlift. But starting off in the B group, we've got Anthony Mozzuti opening up on 220 kilos.
And he makes easy work of it. So next up will be Jacob Blackburn at 225. We actually have 4 lifters all opening at 225. And what's really interesting in this group is you jump about 5 kilos, a couple more people take it. They're all within 30 kilos of each other.
Yeah, it's a pretty tight spread here on opening round of deadlifts. As Susie said, all of them are kind of plus 230-ish mark. We got Jacob Black per side for his opening pull.
Looks like a good lift. Same weight for Ben Pohl. So far, all the openers are looking like openers should look. The meet tends to go a bit faster first round of deadlifts. You have a lot of people lifting the same weight, and also it doesn't take them too long to set up.
Yeah, it's nice for the spotter loaders. I mean, they have to bend over, but they don't have to deal with the rack any longer. So deadlifts tend to move a little bit quicker than the first 2 disciplines. We've got Ben Poole for his opening pull. Yeah, and Ben makes quick work of that one. That's lightweight for Ben.
Joshua Chan is up next. You know, when I have a nervous young lifter, I like to kind of make them laugh, and I'll ask them their rack heights, and then I'll tell them they didn't give me their deadlift rack height, and they look at me, oh my gosh, I didn't. And I'll look at you and nope, there is no deadlift rack height. Break the ice a little. Let's see what Joshua Chan can do. Daniel Mills will be our last lifter at 225 for Reds, and then we'll head up to 230.
Yeah, and that was a very nice opener by Daniel. 3 white lights, piece of cake. The bar is now going to go up to 230 kilos for our next 2 competitors, the first of which is William Strickland Miller. So for our American viewers, if we have any, we're crossing into the 500-pound threshold here, 507 pounds, 230 kilos.
Williams stood up with that nice and strong, no questions. Bar stays at 230 for Matt. Pronounce his name
Yeah,
for me.
Mr. Izokun. It's Ehis Izokun on 230. Went 3 for 3 in the bench, looking to continue that trend in the deadlift.
Well, if that's any indication, then I'm thinking he's going to be making a lot of deadlift. The opener was super easy. We're going to move on to Lee Harris at 235 kilos.
Yeah, and interesting enough, Susie, Lee Harris holds the distinction of having the heaviest bench press of this session, and he's coming in he's in the B group. So oftentimes, or I shouldn't say oftentimes, wow, and he stood up with his opener so fast. If you blinked, you would have missed it.
I missed it almost.
Yeah, he is the biggest bencher of the group and did so here from the B group. So it's exciting to see. You can't sleep on some of these B group lifters.
And he's our last man standing, actually. He's 7 for 7 right now in this flight.
That's right. Now we've got Hugo Leon, who, as we said before, just a here. This is the last time we'll tell you. Was not able to meet the standard during the squat, but went 3 for 3 in the bench, and now he's opening on 235 kilos in the deadlift.
And I wasn't here, actually had missed his squats, but interesting to see he jumped 12 and a half and then 7.5 kilos. Not something I would typically recommend to people,
the first
whether they were technicalities or not. People think they need to stay in the fight, so they keep jumping, come back and bite you in the tush.
Yeah, he missed the first 2 on technicalities and then the third one on strength. So this is 245 kilos, Kieran Drysdale. Yeah, that was a very nice looking opener.
Very typical of hesitation off the floor, and then he finished it no problem whatsoever. Bar stays at 245 for Ryan McCock.
Yeah, and this is just under Ryan's PB at 250, so presumably he's got some newfound strength, kind of possesses that modified sumo, if you will. Oh yeah,
that was no problem whatsoever. So I'm pretty sure that 250 kilo PR is going to go down.
Yeah, that's a safe bet. We go back to the top of the order for the second round of deadlifts. We've got Daniel Mills, who's called for 235. That's a 10 kilo jump from his opener to his second.
Strong lift by Daniel. Next up, we're going to go to 240 kilos for our next 4 lifters. Jacob Blackburn will start us out.
Yeah, as Susie said earlier, a lot of these lifters are kind of clustered around the same numbers there on the openers, so a lot of the progressions, again, on the second attempts with a lot of similar lifts. So, we got 4 lifters at 240. We've got a couple at 250.
That's one thing about sumo or a modified sumo. He was just a little off. He started to pull on the bar and his body shifted forward and back. I really think that if he gets set properly, he's going to come back and get that on his 3rd attempt. Next up, we have Anthony
Mozzuti.
who actually is jumping 20 kilos from his opener. His opener did look quite easy. Let's see how this one goes.
A little bit slower than the opener. That's to be expected when you take a 20-kilo jump, but satisfies the standard. 3 white lights.
And looked like a good second attempt.
Yeah, that was a solid lift. The bar is going to remain at 240. As we said, for our next 2 lifters, Ben Poole being the first of them, 529 pounds for Ben. Ben, one of the few lifters in this flight so far with that conventional stance, double overhand hook grip. Yeah, and that's a good looking lift. Never broke form, was able to maintain that back position.
Very smooth lift. Joshua Chan is up next, last lifter to take 240 kilos. He had a little rough time in the squats, but went 3 for 3 in the bench. So he's looking good to finish strong. Good lift for Joshua. Next up, we'll have William Strickland Miller with 242.5 kilos. William's been doing really well today, only missing his 3rd squat. It's a 12.5 kilo jump from this opener.
And that's a good lift for William. It's going to go up to 250. This is one of those milestone numbers, quite frankly, in any lift, regardless of discipline. 250 kilos for Lee Harris. And our next 2 lifters will be
Wow, Lee made very easy work of that. And he is 8 for 8. That was a 15 kilo jump. I wouldn't be surprised if he does 10 or 12 after that.
Yeah,
that next one.
Yeah, that was so fast. It almost looked like an opener, quite frankly. That moved really well. This is Zokun, has also called for 250, taking a 20 kilo jump from his 230 opener to 250 for his second.
And 20 kilos was the right call because he still made that look almost like an opener. Very smooth, very fast, no hesitation in his setup. Looking nice and strong. Up next we have Hugo Lung, 252.5.
Well done, 2-1 decision there, but a good lift for Hugo. Next up is Kieran Drysdale on 255 kilos. Since his third missed squat, Kieran's been perfect. Looking to continue that trend, has taken a 10 kilo increase from his first to his second. And that's a nice lift for Kieran. Looks like that was a 5 kilo PB for him. Yeah, he's excited with that. 3 white lights. The bar will remain the same for our final attempt of the second round. Ryan Micock is also on 255.
Wow, Ryan made that look really easy. 3 white lights. Goes off shaking his head, a little smile to his coach. We're headed into final round of deadlifts for our B flight. Jacob Blackburn will start us off with 240 kilos. He missed this on his second attempt, but he's a sumo lifter, and it looked like his feet were just a little bit off. The bar drifted forward and backward. I think if we get behind him, he's going to get this lift. Nope, just a little bit too much for Jacob today. Next, we'll move on to 245 kilos for Ben Poole. We've got 2 lifters at that, and then we'll see if any of them are jockeying around for positions or if they're just going to put on the bar what they think they have, since there's the A flight afterwards.
Yeah, so sometimes, look, these lifters are here to compete for a national championship, but some of these lifters who, you know, are in the B group or in the B flight, you know, look, their personal bests, they're here fighting and scrapping for every kilo that they can get. These lifts are just as important to them as the lifters in the A group, and we're excited to see it. Ben Poole on 245 kilos for his final deadlift attempt. If successful, this will put him at a 612.5 kilo total, which will actually be a 12.5 kilo PB.
Oh, he's fighting and he gets it. 8 for 9 and a 12.5 kilo total PB. This is an awesome day for Ben Poole.
Yeah, outstanding lifting. The bar will remain the same for Daniel Mills, 245 kilos. If successful, he currently has a 625 kilo total. When successful, this will put him at 635 kilos for the day. Much like Dan, the only missed attempt was the third bench. Susie and I often say, unless you're a bench specialist, you know, if there's an attempt to miss, that's typically the one you'd like to, because it usually represents the largest chunk of your total. But nevertheless, Daniel's setting up here, final lift of the day.
And he meant to say the smallest chunk of your total. Oh, very close, but just a little bit too much. Daniel still ends up with a 7 for 9 day, which is what we call upholding the standard. Get some really nice lifting. Joshua Chan is up next. 247.5. He had a little issues in the squats, but otherwise he's been hitting every bench and every deadlift. Let's see if we can keep this rolling forward. Now that is a strong back and a very slow but smooth lockout. Joshua Chan did a beautiful conventional deadlift there. And he ends the day 7 for 9 with a 605 kilo total.
Next up, it's Anthony Mozzuti. He's called for 252.5. Only carried one squat forward, but since then it's been perfect. Took a 20 kilo jump from his opening deadlift to his second and is now called for 12.5 kilos more. Looking to end with a 600 kilo total, kind of that big round number, if you will.
I thought for a second that was going to go. It came up a little bit slower than normal out of the hole, and he got a little bent forward, but that was an effort. Anthony ends with a 587.5 total. William Strickland Miller is up next at 255 kilos. He's only missed one lift so far today, the squat. Let's see if he can move forward and go 8 for 9. If he's successful, it'll bring him to 577.5 kilos.
And if you hear the crowd going crazy in the background, that's because legendary lifter Annie Nelson is taking our squat opener platform on 190.
Oh my goodness, I think William is gonna unroll to finish this most epic deadlift of the night so far. If they don't give him white lights, I'm gonna go over and flick it myself. 2 for 1.
Outstanding.
That was amazing. I'm not sure how many seconds that took, Matt, but someone could have had a short power nap.
Yeah, that's what a third attempt deadlift is kind of supposed to look like. He emptied the gas tank on that one. Cheers to William. He finishes the day on 590 kilos. Next up, we've got Lee Harris, 262.5 kilos. He jumped 15 from his first to second, has now asked for 12.5 more, and this will put him on a 655 kilo total when successful.
Oh, and you know, I was thinking in my head he was going to be the only one to go 9 for 9. He had the strength, there was no question whatsoever, but I think it came up faster than he thought it would, and his leg, and it slipped right out of his hand. But
yeah, just
Lee
lost
Harris,
his grip at the end.
Amazing day, 8 for 9, 642.5 total. Kieran Drysdale is up next with 262.5, the same weight on the bar.
And our next three lifters will be here at 260.5. So Kieran looking to go 8 for 9. Just a bit too heavy grip around the position. Kieran finishes on a 612.5 kilo total. The bar will remain the same for Ehis Izoku, who is trying to make an 8 for 9 day. He's currently sitting at 615, and this 12.5 kilo increase will take him to 627.5.
That's a good lift for Ehis. I'll tell you what, I was about to say that it was looking like a second attempt, but right past its knees. He started to slow down, but he stuck with it, nice and slow and controlled, and he gets a successful lift, ending with a 627.5 total. Next up, we have Hugo Lung, same weight, 262.5.
Yeah, and Hugo not registering a successful squat, so not going to be able to register a total today. But look, kind of regrouped, looking to go 6 for 6, and I'm really hoping he makes this final deadlift and proves that the squat misses were just a fluke. Yeah, finishes strong. 3 white lights, and good for Hugo. Way to stick with it after a bad day in the squats. Finished strong, a perfect 6 for 6. Last lifter of the B group is Ryan Mickcock. He's called for 265 kilos. That's 584 pounds. If successful, this will take him to a 620 kilo total. Yeah, 2-1 decision, 2 reds. I'm not entirely sure that he was able to get his hips all the way through.
It looked to me like they weren't through, and right at the end, he actually did squeeze him through. But when he did that, it was his shoulders were still a little bit through what the ref saw. But next, we're moving on to the B flight. Stephen Day will start us off. He, as Matt told you, was injured on his 3rd squat, so wisely he and his coach are just putting in 75 kilos so he can post a total.
Yeah, I spoke to his handler back and actually saw Steven on the break, and it's his quad, and he was in a significant amount of pain. You know, tried to make up some ground in the bench press, opened easy, took some bigger jumps, but now I think he's just going to call it for the day. He's gonna hit 75 kilos to the appreciation of the crowd, register a total, and then presumably going to go ahead and pass on his 2nd and 3rd attempts. And we just want to salute Steven for hanging in there, for registering a total, and good for him, and we hope that he can heal quickly. Meanwhile, the bar is going to go to 230 kilos for Scott Walton for his opening deadlift attempt.
And interesting, Matt mentioned earlier that Sam Dew's final bench was turned down. So going into deadlifts, after they hit their openers, they're actually going to be tied at 692.5 with Christian Mystery only behind at 690. So this is going to be a really exciting battle for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
Yeah, fasten your seatbelts, folks. Buckle your chin straps. Get ready, because this deadlift session is going to be out. Because we're talking about only 2.5 kilos separating our top 3 after opening pulls. And that was a beautiful opener by Scott. Rockets the weight up. The bar is going to remain the same for George Sando. 230 kilos, 507 pounds for his opening deadlift.
And some of you might be wondering why Sam is listed in 1st and Dylan is listed in 2nd, because they have the same body weight and Sam hit the total 1st. So that's how it will go as long as they each get their deadlifts. is up with 245 kilo deadlift opener. If you can't hear us, I apologize. We're getting very excited on the other side of the room.
Yeah, and Sam makes quick work of that, 245 kilos. He's got plenty left in the tank. Coached by Peach, Alex Pearson-Jones. This is really going to be an interesting battle on the deadlifts.
We have Daniel J next up at 250 kilos. Ryan will be following him with the same weight. Let's see how their openers go.
Yeah, and it's going to be a situation between Sam and Dylan Nelson where, you know, lot number really doesn't come into play because Dylan deadlifts significantly more.
Daniel made that look really nice and easy. Ryan Yarnell is up next with the same weight, 250 kilo opening deadlift. And next up we'll have Dylan Nelson.
Yeah, and let's not forget about Tough Apollo here. So just taking a looking at the score as well. He's got the biggest opener at 280, and he's only 2.5 kilos out of first place as well after opening deadlifts. This is going to be an incredible deadlift session.
I wonder if he changed his deadlift opener, because I thought a lower total than that. But yeah, there's 4 people, not 3 people, so this is super exciting. Dylan Nelson is up next, 255 kilos.
So as Susie said, Sam and Dylan in at 74 kilos exactly. Their closest competitors, Krishan Mystery and Tough, weighing in a bit lighter. So the body weights will play a role in these final placings.
Dylan nails his opener. Next up is Jack Lewis at 257.5 kilos. Jack's been lifting really well today so far, only missing 1 squat, nailing all his benches. So let's see how his deadlift opener goes.
And that's a good lift for Jack at 257.5. The bar goes to 260 kilos for Alexander Fodor, who's batting 1,000, a perfect 6 for 6, looking to extend his streak and actually secure a total. Remember, just because you make 6 lifts doesn't make a total until you make the opening deadlift. Do you actually secure a total? So that's why we say oftentimes the competition doesn't start until the bar hits the floor.
Wow. Alex made that look like butter. That was a super fast, easy opener. And Alex right now is 7 for 7. Christian Mystery's up with 267.5. Right in the mix for first, second, or fourth.
Yeah, no question. And
It's
Krishan,
anybody's game.
yeah, is the lightest of our contenders, weighing in at 72.4. He's got a lower lot number than Tough Apampa. Of course, Tough, yeah, with the biggest deadlift opener. The lot number's really not going to come into play for those two. And wow, that was an easy opener for Krishan.
Wow.
Plenty of left in the tank.
We're going to see a lot more coming from that young man. Christopher Wong is up next with 270 kilo opener. These are not baby weights, folks.
No, these are big openers, and we've seen a much bigger spread from the lightest deadlift opener being 230 to the heaviest being 280, whereas in the B flight, the spread was a lot tighter. So you're seeing some really strong deadlifters coming out, fighting for a national championship here at the British Open Classic. Yeah, and this is where Christopher Wong makes his money. Had one of the lighter benches, but he's a big deadlifter, looking to secure some additional kilos here with a big 270 opener. Yeah, and that was really smooth. No hiccups from start to finish. The bar is going to remain the same for Sabado Session Zone, Alex Espin, once again, coached by our 83 IPF world champion, Britain's finest, Britain's own, Jurens Kengamu.
And you'll notice on our last lift, he was a sumo lifter, and when it comes off the floor before you even blink, you know it's going to be a quick lift. He's got a lot left in the tank. Looks like Alex is that a donut? A donut on his socks, making me hungry.
Fantastic looking opener by Aspen. I think there's plenty more in the tank for him. And our final deadlift of the first round is Tough Apampa, who I think has come out of nowhere almost, right? He's got the biggest deadlift opener at 280 kilos. We're talking 617 pounds for an opening deadlift.
We have a full crowd in the house tonight, folks. Standing room only.
And Tough's got a big smile on his face.
Makes me happy when you see people enjoying what they do.
And a solid opener. A little bit slower than I would like at the top, but I think he's okay. Talks it over with his coach. It'll be interesting to see what he puts in. We're working our way back up to the top of the order, and we're going to see Scott Walton come out for his second attempt on 245. He's jumped 15 kilos from his first to his second. Everybody's in, Susie, in this A group session here. Everybody's made a deadlift and has secured a total, so that's exciting.
It's very exciting, and of note, Sam Dew took a 20 kilo jump. We'll see that as he comes forward, and Dylan took 15. When you go to Christian, did I pronounce it right?
Krishan, yeah.
Krishan, I'm sorry, Krishan. He went up 17 and a half. I'll be really interested to see, we also got 17
out of Tough.
Out of Tough.
Yeah.
Tough's looked the toughest of the four, but this is going to be a really exciting fight. But let's see what can Scott do.
Not sure what happened there, but just a bit too much for Scott. He'll have the opportunity to come back and take a shot at that on his third. Meanwhile, the bar is going to go up 2.5 kilos to 247.5 for George Ando, who is a perfect 7 for 7 so far. Looking to extend that and go 8 for 8.
The good news is everyone is officially in the meet flight. Everyone got their opening deadlifts. Now it's just adding to the total. Smooth lift by George. That brings his total so far to a 637.5, and Sam Dew is up next, one of our leaders. Matt, what do you think?
Sam is our current leader, sitting on a 692.5 kilo total. Has opted to take a very robust 20 kilo jump. So this will put him at 712.5 when he makes this lift. Coached by Alex Pearson Jones. He's in a tight battle. He's got his hands full. Every single attempt is critical. Every kilo is precious. And execution here needs to be at an all-time high for Sam.
Wow, Sam made pretty easy work of that. I was wondering if 20 was a good idea, but no question whatsoever. He has a bit left in the tank, so this is going to be exciting to see. And next up, at the same weight, we have Daniel J., 265 kilos.
It looks like Alex has submitted so far, provisionally, 280 kilos for Sam's. We'll see. Alex is going to read the scoreboard. He's going to watch the other contenders and kind of play the game. This is where game day coaching really, really becomes important during the second and third round of deadlifts. And Daniel made work of that. A 2-1 decision. I think his lockout wasn't satisfactory to the head referee, but nevertheless gets credit. The bar is going to go to 270. Dylan Nelson, as Susie said, Dylan only jumped 15 kilos, but is pulling after Sam. And so he's currently sitting on a 692.5 kilo total, but this will take him to 707.5 when successful.
And it's interesting because they're lifting in the order that they're currently in position, but each one who is in a lower position gets to lift last.
Yeah, and a really nice looking second attempt from Dylan. There was no hesitation there on 270. That puts him at 707.5. We'll be excited to see what he puts in for his third. The bar is going to remain the same for our next two lifters, first of which is Ryan Yarnell, who's also settled on 270 kilos. Just a bit too much for Ryan. Didn't come off the floor, unfortunately. Kind of shrugs his shoulders, looks at his coach. I think they took a little bit too much of a jump, a little bit out of his strength zone, so to speak, but he'll have another opportunity to take a stab at that. Meanwhile, the bar will remain at 270 kilos for Jack Lewis, taking a 12.5 kilo jump from his first to second deadlift.
Jack Lewis is looking good. He is 7 for 8 with that deadlift. Oh, no. Called for not locking out. I thought I saw 2 whites, but it was 2 red lights, and I don't see his coach headed over, so that'll be a no lift. And next up is Alex Fodor at 280 kilos.
Yeah, I think it was the 2 side referees, Susie, who got him for soft knees there at the lockout. But Alex is coming up for his second deadlift. He's taking a 20-kilo jump. Alex has been perfect so far. 6 for 6, looking to go, or I'm sorry, 7 for 7, looking to go 8 for 8 here. Yeah, and that, I think he beat the down command, and you could tell the bar was starting to slip out of his hands.
He was, I'm not sure if his hips were quite pushed through, but the bar was coming out like you said, and he put it down hoping maybe that he could tie goes to the runner.
That's right. Yeah, he got some red lights there as well as a yellow card. Meanwhile, we've got Krishan Mistry, 17.5 kilo jump to his second deadlift on 285. This will put him at 707.5 kilos. He's currently sitting on 690.
And this would move him into second place.
Yeah, visually because of the body weight, this would put him in second place. Behind our leader, Sam Dew. And that looked good. That was a solid second attempt.
Good lift, 8 for 8, currently in second place now. Moving on to Alex at 285 kilos. The weight will stay the same. Alex has had a great day, only missing his final bench.
The bar's loaded for Alex Espin, coming out to 285.
You move that bar even further up the platform. As a lifter, you're able to move that bar and put it anywhere you want. You can also have the spotter loaders move it for you if you'd like.
Yeah, a lot of these lifters opting to move the bar toward the front of the platform to kind of avoid those divots.
No question about Alex getting his shoulders back. He popped those hips through, no problem. We only have 3 lifters left in the second round of deadlifts. We're getting toward the end, and this is getting really exciting. 292.5 for Christopher Wong.
Yeah, that's right. It's a 22.5 kilo jump. That's about 50 pounds. It's our biggest jump so far during the deadlifts. But Christopher looking to make his mark here during the deadlift event. 292.5 kilos or 644 pounds.
That was a bit tough. It got slow in the middle, but he finished it out. I'll be interested to see what he does next. Tough is up with 297.5 kilos in the deadlift, jumping 17.5 from his opener. This, if successful, would currently put him into third place due to body weight.
Yeah, Sam Dew, our current leader, sitting on 712.5, and then we're going to have 3 lifters, when successful, sitting on 707.5, Susie, and come down to these body weights. And then these third round of deadlifts are going to be really exciting. I think we're going to see some changes come in. But first up is Tough, who's readying for his second attempt with 655 pounds, or 297.5 kilos. And that was a good lift. He kind of winked there
He winked
at the
at
end.
the crowd.
Okay, gets one red light, but we must admit, we'd be lying if we didn't say, Susie, that was the toughest of the second attempts.
It was. He's going to get the final say, though. So if the other three push themselves too much, he may be able to just go 2.5 kilos. Or well, actually, he'd need 7.5 kilos. But this is going to be really interesting because Sam right now has the advantage of 5 kilos. He has to pull first.
That's right. Sam's got to pull first, and he's provisionally called for 280. Dylan Nelson is in at 282.5. Krishan Mystery is called for 302.5. I believe that's probably a placeholder, Susie. And we're waiting to see attempt come in. Again, his second attempt being the hardest. Meanwhile, let's sort it out with Scott Walton. He missed his second attempt at 245. It didn't come off the ground.
Let's hope it was just a little bit of misplacement of the foot. It's so tricky even with the modified sumo. He can come back and get this. Not quite there today.
Yeah, I think that, he took a 15-kilo jump from his first to his second. The second one didn't come off the floor. That took a little bit of gas out of the tank. Third one looked a little bit better. But meanwhile, we've got George Sandeau, who's working on a perfect 8-for-8 day. All right? And
Don't
he's
say it. Don't.
47 to 260. So he's pushed another 12.5 kilos into the center of the table here, sitting on 637.5, and this would give him a nice big round number of a 650 kilo total. Yeah, this will be a 5-kilo PB for George when successful. Oh, just
almost, not quite,
Yeah.
almost there.
but a good day for George.
Big smile and a
Finishes-
hug with his coach.
Finishes 8 for 9, 637.5 kilos. We've got Ryan, who's taking 270. He missed this on his second. Took a really big 20-kilo jump from his first to his second. I think it was probably just a stitch too much, but we'll see if he can come back and reel it in for his third.
Wow. I think maybe it just shocked him the first time around because he just annihilated it the second time around. Way to stick with it, Ryan. Believe in yourself and come out and crush that 270 on your third attempt. Up next is Daniel J. Dare I say, 8 for 8, looking to hit 272.5, just 7.5 kilos more than his second attempt to have a perfect day. If successful, he'll land at 630 kilos. We're having a little bit of a break. I think there must have been some blood on the bar. Whenever there's blood on the bar, they have to spray it down. They have to wipe it off, and then they usually put chalk to help it dry. They have to make sure it's dry so that the next lifter doesn't have the chance of it slipping out of their hands.
Yeah, and Susie, I just noticed that Alex Pearson-Jones, Peach, dropped Sam's third deadlift. He's made a deadlift change now from 280, dropped it down to 275. First up, we've got Daniel J. with a 600-pound pull, 272.5 kilos. Oh,
Daniel had it right at the top. He smiles and sticks his tongue out as the bar falls out of his hands.
Yeah, and he'll finish the day 8 for 9, 622.5 kilos. Next up, Jack Lewis, attempting the same weight, 272.5, 600 pounds. Currently sitting on a 670 kilo total. If successful, this would take him to 685. Yeah, so a bit of gamesmanship here going on in the background. I think we're waiting. They're cleaning the bar for Jack. Looks like Sam has changed his third attempt. It was 280. Looks like they dropped it to 275. Now it's back up to 277.5. So look,
That's where it'll stay.
That's where it'll stay, because now he's out of changes. But this is where it's really important for the game day coach to your lifters' limits, and then also scout out the competition and see what they've done.
And the only other option it could have been is that he wrote down 277.5 and they accidentally typed in 275.
Really nice looking lift. His coach, Lawrence Farncombe, looks on, really happy with that. Finishes the day outstanding. And now we've got Sam Dew. This is it. He's our current leader, sitting on 712.5 kilos. This would take Sam to a 725 kilo total, and he's at 74 kilos body weight.
Just a quick note on Jack Lewis, who went 7 for 9. Great job. He had missed on his second. He had actually gotten the lift and missed it on a technicality for not being locked out, and he made sure everyone knew that it was legitimate, and that's why he went up 2.5 kilos, because he just wanted to add a little more on the bar. So now's where the gamesmanship starts. Sam had to pick the number he thought he could get that would be enough that those coming after him can't beat him.
Yeah,
so
and this is a huge lift for Sam, because if Sam were to miss, got it. Dylan Nelson behind him, Krishan Mystery, and Tough Apampa could just increase minimally and try to catch him from behind. Oh.
Now, Matt did mention that everyone could drop their numbers, but that being said, Dylan has to remember that Christian is coming after him.
That's right.
And guess who's after him? Tough. So you can't drop your number too much.
No, of course not. That's right. You have to put on the bar what you think you can make and obviously play the game. But Dylan has called for 280 kilos. He's off to the side, folks, literally working himself into a frenzy, coached by Kedrick Kwan of Performance Training. Dylan is sitting on a 707.5 kilo total. This would take him to 717.5. Now, he only needs 5 kilos, Susie, right, to tie. Actually, he would need 7.5, but he can't take the jump because of the lot number. So this is the lightest weight that he can take, which is 280. So he's actually going to end up, if successful, with more than he needs. So if you're looking at the score and wondering why, it's because of lot number, and Sam hit the total first because they have the same body weights.
So I believe he's taking 10 kilos because if he only takes 5, the people after him only have to take 5. You need to put on the bar what
Dylan
you
is really
believe you
begging
can hit.
for support of the audience. Oh,
Oh,
just a
this
near
makes
miss.
it so interesting now, right? But he felt he needed to do 10
Yep.
because he had 2 people coming after him, and now
Right.
we'll wait on bated breath
That's
to
right.
see where Christian goes.
That's right. So Sam Dew is sitting on a 712.5 kilo total and is provisionally right now in first place. He's our leader.
Christian technically only needs 5 kilos. He is the lightest lifter, and if he believes that him pulling 5 and his was fairly easy, how much does Tough have left? His looked pretty hard. So I've noticed a few number changes, and I'm actually surprised that the 2 gentlemen made any changes yet, because if I were their coaches, I wouldn't have made a single change until I saw whether Sam or Dylan made it first.
Yeah, you just want to wait and see. I mean,
Keep
these
them in your back pocket.
Yeah. changes are precious. And so, yeah, I don't like to submit a change until the absolute last second.
But they need to keep this platform going though.
There's a little bit of break in the action. It looks like we've had an injury on the other platform. Going to resume deadlifting here because we've got to sort out these 74s. The referees are taking their chairs again, right? We've got Alexander Fodor, who missed 280 kilos on his second attempt, is going to come out for 282.5. The bar is loaded for Alexander Fodor. He's called for 282.5, missed 280 on his second attempt. If successful, this will take him to a 665 kilo total. Did he meet the standard? Waiting for the judges. Yeah.
It looked like now. Remember how I just mentioned that Christian only needs 5 to pull into the lead, and I think he decided, look, the other guys were pushing themselves. They didn't make it. He thought, you know what, I'm going to do exactly what I need to pull in the lead and then see where the chips would fall.
Yeah, I think this is a really excellent move strategy-wise for Krishan. I mean, he's a perfect 8 for 8, sitting on 707.5. He's bumped his deadlift to 290, and so this will tie Sam, but by virtue of the lighter body weight, him weighing in at 22.4, it will provisionally put him into first place, and then just waiting for Tough's answer for his final deadlift. Big attempt here for Krishan. If successful, this will provisionally put him into first place. Just a bit too much.
I am so surprised because Krishan's second, to me, did not look that hard. I don't know if it was the little bit of the delay or mentally just having to need that 5 kilos, but
yeah, so Sam Dew remains our leader, still sitting at 712.5. And hey, look, we're just waiting for an answer, right, from Tough Apampa, who's going to be in a position to potentially beat him.
And what's insane is we've already had 9 and only 2 successful third attempts.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, typically we see at least 50% of third lifts are. This has been a bloodbath. It's really a game of attrition here. Sir.
And part of the reason for that was everybody was trying to pick their absolute ultimate best because they're in a four-way battle for first.
Meanwhile, Alex Espin coming out, trying to wrap a ribbon here around an 8 for 9 day. He's called for 292.5. Jurens Kingamu shouting encouragement from the coach's box.
Oh, just not quite there. We've got two lifters left. Christopher Wong at 295, only going up 2.5 from his last attempt. His second attempt was pretty hard. He had made a very aggressive 22.5 kilo jump, which is 50 pounds for those in America. So it took a little bit out of him, and wisely he said, you know what, let me just try 2.5 more kilos and add to my total. So let's see how this goes. Right, everybody's quiet over there now.
All right, Christopher Wong coming out for his final lift of the day. Currently sitting on 682.5 kilos, only decided to go up 2.5. So this would take him to 685 and give him an 8 for 9 day.
Wow. It came off the floor slowly, and then boom, he just popped it right up. So here's where everything comes down to it, folks. Wisely, he dropped his attempt because he's lighter. He only needs 5 kilos.
Yeah, Tough Abampa, folks, has called for 302.5. All right, and this is going to determine, this lift right here is going to determine our national champion. Sam Dew currently sitting on 712.5. Tough being the lighter lifter, having the final say, a body weight of 73.8 to Sam's 74. If he makes this, he will tie Sam and win on body weight. And he had a tough second attempt, Susie.
And this is where people like me that are great squatters cry because the deadlifters always get the final say.
Yep, this is for all the marbles. This is it. This lift will determine your British national champion for 2024.
Can Tough do it? Oh my goodness gracious. You can't get any closer than that. And Sam Dew was probably crying his eyes out as he missed his lift and then watched everyone come, and he was the strongest man on the day.
Yeah, it's not an enviable position to have to pull first and then wait and see what happens. But look, his total stood 712.5. Sam Dew is your 2024 74 kilo British national champion. Yeah, and we've got Krishan Mystery took second, Tough Abampa took third, and then we had Dylan Nelson in fourth place. So
and
just in
second, third, and fourth all lifted the same, and it was
right.
determined by body weight.
That's right, and we talked about it earlier on the broadcast in terms of selecting our national team. So the magic number, or the Carpino 3 score, that these 74 kilo lifters were looking for was a very robust 766 kilo total. But as Susie knows, there are other avenues to make a national team. And so if you take a look on the British powerlifting website, you will see our national team selection criteria. The secondary and tertiary selection shows that you can achieve 80% of the current world record, which would be 669 kilos. And so a lot of these lifters did so. But we want to just thank you again for tuning in. What an exceptional 74 kilo session. We want to thank you so much for watching. And if you'd like to switch over to the other channel, you can continue watching our national championships as we've got the primetime session of the 69 kilos and 83 kilo lifters.
And I believe you may not have to switch over because they're going to be bringing the other platform to us. Enjoy.